Aw, sorry, kick butt rockin' song, but it's time to start the game. But hey folks, good morning. Good morning class, good morning Tulab. Should be clear skies today, so should be minimal chance of any more weather-related game interruptions. And we should have sussed out most, if not all, of the mechanical features of the game that normally the game is like requiring you to be clairvoyant on. So should be less of yesterday's atypical, out of character, really uncomfortable for you and for me ragings. I don't like raging. But the game really expects some level of clairvoyancy sometimes. But we got a feel for how the game is played, which the game gets an F on tutorializing. And beyond that hurdle, it is enjoyable. You know, it's got that going for it. So, we have to make up for lost time yesterday, because the internet outage took like, what, a good hour out? So we could've gotten 2 cases in, full cases. But now we have to finish the tail end of the easily spooked British looter archaeologist treasure hunters. What we gotta do is sneak into the foundry, right? Sneak into the foundry, and I thought maybe lockpick my way through the office, but no, turns out there's a whole lot of puzzle. That definitely could not have been done at, what was it, nearly 5 o'clock. Would have been here much longer than I wanted. But at least you're dressed appropriately this time. Go to the archaeological bowl dressed as Franz Boas, I said, because anthropology, turn of the century. Franz Boas, you gotta. And then I end up making him look like Richard Senghas. What was it, 2? Not 2. 4. Right? Which one did I do last time then? Was it 3? Oh, I see now. I'm using the wrong lock. Is a problem. Back to 2. This lock. Was it 4 then? That's through there. And then with this one. Hey! I forgot there were 2 locks, and you gotta pick which one is highlighted. It's been like 16 hours, okay? Now to begin with a puzzle that takes way too much for the afternoon.
This door is securely locked. I must find another way in.
And this is going to be a whole process, because there's this to pull around. This rope goes to this chain. Maybe this bust.
The balcony door's open. I can't move it in this direction.
So I gotta get all this stuff moved around as slowly as humanly possible. Which is fine, I gotta work out anyway. And this looks to be a full-bodied exercise. You know what? I'm not even sure where I'm moving this to or why. I'm just moving it to where I can move it. So I've moved it here.
How can we reach the balcony?
We got these ropes, these pulleys. Move right. I think I want to clear a path, because it looks like you can have a path here. A path on the left, and a path on the right. And it almost looks like you have to block one. I can move it down. Oh, that clears it out of the way at least, right? Could I go in this? I cannot seem to go into it. Maybe I keep the chain here to swing across at the end. And there's my ladder up then. Okay. So that's ladder up. Maybe the whole point of this thing is just to make room for the cage to go down? I don't see that happening. That's probably not correct. So we climb up here. Then we could further climb up the ladder and go across. And then down. To the cage, and then have Watson pull the cage up. I guess let's see what we got. And reassess since we're up here. Maybe we could tell Watson what to do. We can. I'm so glad that Frogwares is being generous and not letting you do a billion walk across the thing puzzles here. Or the balance puzzle. Minigame, whatever. This might be though. No balance? Cool. 10 points for Frogwares. Alright, John, lift up the cage. Cage is here, right? So this side. Alley-oop. No, that's too low. Or too high. So is it... Oh, I think I get it. I think I get it. Okay. I was premature in pushing the box of the cart all the way then. Well, what's gonna work? Teamwork. The wheels are squealing. Do do do. The wheels, they'll be right there. There's a Sherlock who was waiting. There's a Sherlock who was waiting. Alright, I'll stop. Amazing how you get left and right and up and down all on one lever. Okay, so where do I go now? Am I able to climb on this? I think I am.
I need a clear path.
Oh, I can't just... Okay. So first we have John move it, then we have John move it back. Was thinking maybe Sherlock grabs it, and then John swings him around. And then he jump, right? You don't jump across? You said you had a clear path. That's clear path. If not that, then what does Sherlock do here? What does Sherlock do here then? Is now... Because he's right over here, right? I could push the crates over here. Whatever these are. The cart with the parcels on it. It's just gonna take a minute. Oh, the cage is on it now! Oh, I see. Okay. Move, John. So, that whole lever up there then, that pushes is the, Well, I guess it's not useless, because you got it with the cage at the fence, at the way the first time. Then just gotta push it back. There's a box that needs a pushing. You can see, there it is. Needs big circle first. What's gonna work? Teamwork. Then just walk across. You could have jumped that, Holmes. You are in the peak of your life here. Oh no. Minus 10 points. Alright. Whoa, 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 whoa. They were doing so good and they brought this back. I guess this is gonna keep coming back, isn't it? (2013) gameplay in 2018. Here I thought, oh, is it gonna be automatic just jumping across? But nah. Alright, let's go. David Cage's Ukrainian cousin. Still more competent and interesting than David Cage.
Holmes, I'm here. Can you let me in?
Sure, John, after I snoop about.
A Mayan pyramid.
The Mayan pyramid? There's a
A
keyhole.
slot. It appears to be part of some mechanism.
Dagger to open it. Missing the dagger. The dagger with the swagger. Let's get John first. We'll be nice. It just pushes open. Oh, there you are, John. Still teleporting.
Marley is obviously an avid student of mechanics.
So it is a mechanical robot what killed the person. I don't think it walked away though. It probably like got dragged away.
There's a recurring theme that connects all of these sculptures.
They're metal automatons. I want to look at other things before looking at the box. Nothing else? Box first then. A missing dagger! Ah!
Obviously for a dagger. Mayan period, I think.
Ah! But it's empty.
I'll need a dagger to work the mechanism.
But maybe we could mold a dagger. Can we mold a dagger? Also, there are what? There are 2 heavy boxes that got dragged into here, right? And dragged up the stairs, this poor fellow. My head is throbbing as I consider the possibilities. Maybe 2 other small robots. Well, I don't see anything else that's interactable. I can climb up.
We need to hurry and find out what Mr. Marley is hiding.
So, how could I make my own dagger mold? Press to continue. Oh, it's a DDR thing. No, that was it.
This blank has too many defects. I'll need to start again.
Those misses were when it was in the circle, so I guess it's gotta be when it's halfway into the circle then.
This blank has too many defects. I'll need to start again.
How do you botch a rhythm game where there's not even music and it's all visual? These are all left clicks. I get the first one.
This blank has too many defects. I'll need to start again.
What the heck is it asking for?
This blank has too many defects. I'll need to start again.
It's okay. No rage. No rage. Frogwares simply does not know how to make a rhythm game. It's okay, we know this now. Oh, right clicks. I still stand by what I said though. Because the timing for these is really, really weird. But yeah, there we go.
Fits.
Takes 1 minute of work to craft steel into a somewhat wavy dagger shape to specification. Then secret door? Secret door. Oh, there's the other boxes. And it's all
Another
mechanical
statue of
bits.
Takunu Man.
We need to hurry and find out what Mr. Marley is hiding.
So, Bernard Marley built a mechanical globe.
So can we find the panels that fit in to open
This
the globe?
globe has space inside. It should be
Yeah.
possible to open it.
That's what we were told by Albeit.
It can move, but a part of the mechanism is missing. Be careful, Watson, unless you want to be speared by Takunu Man.
Part of the mechanism equals connecting all the gears across all 3 levels of height. Oh no, we have one of these in Arcane. What's this go? Nowhere. So I can layer it. I think this belt is supposed to be like for a bicycle. And then you could do like Okay, this sort of thing.
The chain doesn't fit here.
I don't know where the chain fits though, so I can't say what they want from me. Oh, it's gotta reach here eventually. I see now. We gotta get it from this to that. Hopefully, it's just a matter of putting... Or is this what the chain goes to? To these two things? Or is it merely to get some height? It connects. Oh, but that's gotta connect too then. Ah. Wait. 1, 2, 3. No, too big. That connects.
The chain does.
What? Where does the chain go? That's not the right height.
The chain doesn't.
Hmm. It does let you skip puzzles, but do I really want to? These two feel necessary. I feel like this should fit here. One, two, three, and 4 have to spin. And all of these appear to be the same.
The chain doesn't fit here.
It doesn't fit there. Well, I guess it wouldn't then, because it can't squeeze through both of these mechanics. But what does fit here? There's gotta be one of these, right? Maybe it fits up here? But then it won't reach. We need something that reaches across to this. Right? One, two, three. We can't 4-stack, right? We can't 4-stack. 3 is as high as it goes. Oh, maybe what you do. Maybe what you do then is you spin it along a middle axis. If we put layer 2 and that's spinning, and then layer 2 and that's spinning, and then this could melt through, right? Right? Yeah, yeah. And now you're spinning? And we put you back on to satisfy this one up here on the right. Then we slap on you. And then we slap on you. Wait, no, that's layer 3. This is superfluous then. Just go like this, and score. I feel so satisfied for doing that. So yeah, they did make a glorified Atlatl. So it wasn't the sun, naturally. I really doubted that the son of Albeit was going to be the murderer. That's way out left field. But this does implicate Marley a fair bit, doesn't it? He has deliberately created a statue that launches spears. It is not possible to build an automaton with such precise moving mechanisms, but we have proved it. The running statue. If it's an automaton, then it needs to be running statue, huh? Sir Charles saw Bernard Marley's automaton running away on the morning of the murder. He is a witness. What if he was involved with it, though? If he was involved at all? But first we gotta go back to the globe, don't we? And piece this together more. These boxes are empty. Fine mechanical parts. Flinders? What the heck is a flinder?
We need to hurry and find out what Mr. Marley is hiding.
I like his desk. His desk is cool.
Marley dismantled these alarm clocks for their parts.
To think all you gotta do to make a running Atlatl mechanical soldier is lots and lots of clock parts. Key for here? Key? There's a keyhole. Hey. Hopefully this isn't one of those super complex safes that require really precise orders of operation, otherwise everything blows up inside. The other part of the golden statue.
This part is in solid gold. It's worth a fortune. The statue is in 3 parts. Only the gold is original. Marley must have reconstructed the other 2.
And we've seen one other part from Zacharias' collection. Maybe he wanted to collect all 3 for himself. A notebook. I know I am the chosen one. Takunaman wants to use me for his purpose. Oh God, protect me. I don't want to die. Is that why he's killing everyone? Because he truly believes that he's being haunted by a specter? Sir Charles, Zacharias Greystoke, and Bernard Marley have or had a fragment of a gold Guatemalan statue from the same date, 1881. It's divided to 3 parts, therefore perhaps Sir Charles and Zacharias received other parts. Truth about the temple, break into the opposite night, investigate the murder. The final piece of the globe.
A piece of a map in metal.
Well, there's 2 pieces, aren't there?
This object evidently connects to something else.
Atlantic and Guatemala, but hopefully this one should be enough.
The workers will be here soon. It's time to leave.
and just leave everything as it was. Mechanisms fixed, safe wide open. Definitely won't be suspicious for anyone. Leave this door hanging open. It is as if we were never here, but if anyone sees me, then it's just, I don't know, Dick Turnpike or something. Sherlock was never here. You saw nothing. Good gents, good gents. Mum's the word. Alright, do we have anything to analyze? Use and use. Find a use for these two. First we'll go to the club. Why do I feel like if I did something out of order, I'm going to miss some important clue and won't be able to come across with the truth? Speaking of, has anyone seen John Ingold's Twitter today? Perfect timing. Where he's talking about deduction mechanics in video games and the shortcomings of them. Next morning. Oh, I'm still... Let's not be obvious about who we were. We were never at the foundry that night. This is back to Senghos Holmes.
A live killer statue.
Impossible, at least you hope so. I see one isn't allowed to both interact with objects and have dialogue going at the same time. I want to recreate my so-called Franz Boas that ended up being Richard Senghos. Where's the sporty outfit? There we go. Okay, so back to being Holmes. They know who we are now, so casual? We'll do overcoat. Overcoat and just woke up in the morning. I mean, I guess his hair is kind of musty already, huh? It's not exactly perfectly combed. And there's a bit of volume that this lacks, and that's a bit too dark for him. Alright, this is fine. We just woke up. We were no place last night. Get nice and comfy.
Can I help you, Mr. Holmes?
Top of the morning,
Poor Sir
gentlemen.
Charles. A crime at his club.
A murder at my club.
We can't ask
What a
for
disaster for our
information.
reputation. I heard that Zacharias was killed by the statue's spear.
Okay, we haven't found the missing Atlantic piece, but there isn't a hole there, but there is a hole here. So maybe this is the only key of worth. Cute, a regular Victorian Iron Man. It's quite the complex.
This model was built quite precisely to be used as a map.
Not quite like any temple city I know. Is that a recess? A pit? For the final piece of the missing gold statue? The final missing piece? Well, we use all the items. Is the culmination for this mystery going to be within the mind palace of the temple? It is. So using the miracle of modern science, we could replicate the temple in its entirety, and it's just like being in there. Are there going to be traps and things? You know, something tells me this is more Indiana Jones than... Okay, let me see. We got skeletons about. Do I read the writing on the wall? I can't use my deduction mechanic here? Is it this? Is it that? I am not dead. So I am standing on the poppies. Are these clues of which you go to after the poppies? There's nothing on the left nor right walls. Is it the same one on the side? It is. It does appear to be the same. Yeah? Okay. So from Poppy, where to? We got one of those symbols. I want to go leftwards. Not dead. Maybe that skeleton there is like a ruse. What if we just go across? Oh. But I get farted to death. Snaky, snaky. Snaky, snaky to where? I don't see. Maybe it means that all of these are safe tiles, and I could step on any of these, and not necessarily in order of operations. Because that was safe, right? That was safe, but the acorns weren't. Ah, it's like a maze. Cufflinks. Cufflinks is safe. Cufflinks is safe all the way out to here. And snakes do link to these. And Fishbird. Comb isn't on the menu though. This leads me to a wall. Breadsticks, faces on, as is totally a snake. No comb. It's easy. Just go on the edge. Just go along the edge. No. That's not permitted. The 3? No, 3. That one is wobbling out of reality. Why are you warbling out of reality? clam? We get clam? We do get clam. Hey, made it. Bum ba da ba, bum ba da. And there's an elixir to cover my health. Left or right? Dead end. Cool. Any good gamer knows to clear out the dead ends first. Oh, this fellow just wants a hand. Next death puzzles. Can I jump off? Oh, I can't jump off. Alright, so what have we got here? These also broken into 3 pieces. Jaguar sounds, monkey sounds. Are those the right monkeys for the area? So here we have 9:30. $3.40. And $2.15. Okay, so we got what? 1, 2, 3 mechanisms. But we have 6 on this side. A half, a quarter, a little pinch opposite, another quarter, another half. So, do I have to find... No, there's no way to satisfy all the doors at once. So maybe open one, extend a bridge, go through, do one puzzle, come back out, and repeat 3 times. Then you open up. So, start with you. Okay, what's the space? Cool. Just moves a bit. Oh, I see then. You've all got your own wheels. Okay. No spear trap to come out from the bottom and skewer Holmes the butt if I do them out of order. Then a little pinch. Where's my little pinch? Oh, not enough of a pinch. And if I do a pinch again, it'll be too much. So that overshoots now. And then there's an upward half. Or just any half, I guess. And then short. Oh, I might make it. Amazing, the mechanical precision that Maya technology had. Alright, so that just leaves which one? Did you, then just this one? Then to reverse, halvesies, and then pinches. Do 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 do. Did you know the Mayans and the Hylians of Zelda use the exact same technology? Cool. And then out I go the way I came. It's different doors. Oh, now it is the left or right. Which one's a dead end? Dead end. Or is it? No, that's actually the way to go. Then what's the other way? Also, this has got to be fictitious. There is no way that these London academics did all this. In the heat of that. Holmes is a remarkable rock climber in his imagination. Dead end. And then Skyrim. Really? Alright, Dr. Jones. Don't show there's more rocks. I was almost worried it was gonna come uphill. Is there more? Does it come back? I hear it rolling. Ah, it does come back! What the heck? Oh, it rolls up, but then gravity takes its toll. This is so silly. Does it come all the way up here? No, we're safe here. Just take it a moment to appreciate the scenery, all of it modeled perfectly. There's a martial arts post. And more dead ends. You see, what Holmes is doing here is true archaeology. You gotta map everything. The Tomb Raider stuff? Nah. But seeing where everything is and recording it... Oh, is that spears or spikes? Oh, we got spears or spikes and a drop to the ground. Okay, what's my hint? I don't see any hints. I think it's just run. Or go slowly. What? Ah! Okay, alright, so it's like an invisible maze. With the emphasis on maze. To the right then? I don't like going left here. Left is nothing but a dead end. See? Oh, hello. Oh, the wall pushes! Okay, we'll count these deaths. Even if it is imagination, then where am I supposed to go? Because I keep ending up in not the right place. And Holmes doesn't know they could jump. Wait, how is this even staying upright? If there were many moments where it kind of like folded in on itself, so there should be like empty space. I'm not gonna think about it. It's fantasy, it's all fantasy. Oh, there we go, there's walls. Oh. It's showing me what's right. I'm too slow. Aww. I gotta make my way to the right quickly then. Is there a way to make it to the right? Is there? You know what, I'm gonna count these. This is imagination. Imagination deaths mean nothing. So, 1, 2, 3. Then it's only after I leave the wall that it starts moving, right? There we go. Safely to the right now. Oh, you jerk. One final troll. But then we're good here, yeah? We're good? Gonna run around? And I forget the route that I took. Eh. Wait, what? Pure Sherlock Holmes action. Truly a stunning, I don't know, Doylean something. It's shit. The important part is that once we're through this, it's behind us. Recreating the temple that the archaeologists saw, and maybe like using the model to see what they saw. Cool. Going Tomb Raider. Even Indiana Jones isn't this stupid. Alright, so what's the stupid Pulp Fiction trap for this one? Oh, okay. So we got descending ceiling, and there's gas if you step wrong. Are we going by the smileys? We walk between the smileys? There's an angry. We don't want angry. Angry. Okay. So there's smiley and angry. It's angry. What do I do then? Because that's angry, and that's angry. I'm trapped. This is all angry. It's so dumb. Angry. 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 Just hold your breath, Holmes. It's a gas. It's not acid. I think Holmes is indulging in an overactive imagination right now. I think perhaps that the scale model is nowhere near as complex as this, but he's read some trashy Penny Dreadfuls, and he's just picturing himself as Indiana Jones. But if Indiana Jones is written entirely by George Lucas, this is my punishment for not just blaming Sir Charles and ending the chapter there. I compulsively try to dig deeper, and for my hubris, I get this garbage. Okay, that's clearly the next path, so show me the dead end. And all this whipping around these corridors is actually giving me a bit of motion sickness. I would say Frogwares, stick to what you know, but given 2 Sherlock Holmes games already in 2021 and 2018, the library does go back, like, decades, so maybe this is what they know. Jank. Just prettier and prettier jank each time. You know what? I guess it's what it goes to, isn't it? If it's actual case stuff, right? Like investigating, being Holmes, it's alright. Like, Sherlock Holmes Chapter 1 had great presentation, but was otherwise kind of empty, because they made it so open-ended that the cases meant nothing. And here, the cases are tighter, so the cases are more enjoyable, where there's not stuff getting in the way, and this is definitely stuff getting in the way. This whole sequence is a chore, but the case otherwise was pretty enjoyable, trying to suss out the mystery. Oh, it is writers.
The treasure of Takunuma.
Have to choose the right button. Based off
No
the right
keyhole
face.
behind it. There must be a way. The calendar. It was here. So Zacharias, Sir Charles, and Marley have all known about this from the beginning.
Ugh, I honestly do feel ill. This whole sequence has given me motion sickness. My eyeballs feel plump, my stomach feels effluent. And this is 2018, so there could be graphical settings in this point in time against motion sickness. Not everyone had it. I can only change the gamma from here, and the main menu graphical settings weren't too in-depth either. Well, give me a moment to shake out the motion sickness.
This is the statuette that Bernard Marley, Sir Charles, and Zacharias all shared.
Alright, so we have numbers. It's been ages since Mesoamerican anthropology, but I think it goes 1, 2, 3, and then 5s. Dots are 1s, dashes are 5s. So 1, 2. A puzzle perfectly designed to stop no one that speaks your language or reads your language. And this language was useful because, much like Chinese, it's a shared written language that people of many other spoken languages could use together. So you and all your neighbors can read this perfectly. Yep, the lines are 5s. I wonder if there's supposed to be a hint for that in-game, or if you're just supposed to know it, or to observe. That you have dots from 1 to 4, and then you have lines, and then lines with dots from 1 to 4. Oh man, how much you want to bet that somewhere out there's a fandom wiki that says, oh, the tattoos of the guy's neck from chapter 1 is a direct reference to this because it also uses dots and lines. And 10, where's 10? There's 10. So they didn't know enough to get through? Did they stop at the statue? And he lost his arm. Oh my goodness. He pushed forward first. And that's why they left you for dead? Or they assumed you to be dead? I don't know. That seems kinda dumb. This whole thing seems kinda dumb. This is very dumb. There is no way that all this happened. This is Holmes's super overactive imagination. There was no such mechanism. They probably left him behind, but it was nowhere near so fantastic. I'm going to ignore that entire sequence in my deductions. That is not the truth about the temple. albeit was left behind, true. Bitterness, albeit blames the expedition members for his fate and seeks revenge, and might adopt the curse to his end, no revenge. He does not seek revenge on anyone, surely. Superstition? Bernard Marley does believe in the curse, though. And that Takun Uman wants to use them. And who's the one making all these statues? Truly believes that he is a chosen one to the curse's bidding. He's afraid of the curse and trying to defend himself from it. He could not be the chosen one. But if that's the case, then why make an automaton that is clearly capable of attacking people? And let's face this, right? If we take this case at face value, then apparently there are Mayan temples with super complex mechanisms straight out of not even Indiana Jones. Like a fanfic's idea of what Indiana Jones should be, having only watched the first 10 minutes of Raiders. If it's that kind of universe, then sure, we have automatons that are capable of all this. Bernard Marley is guilty. Yes, I think so. Let's put this behind us. It started off so cool, but then it wasn't. Is there a missing one here? I thought I saw a circle. What else could we get? We have seen Sir Charles's. What if he wants revenge? He's got bitterness. And so the sun is the one to do the killing. There was no running statue. The automatons are unable to actually fling spears. The person who killed Zacharias had sufficient physical strength to make a powerful and accurate throw. Therefore, albeit is guilty. Bear in mind, right, it's not just that somebody was able to make an automaton that throws a spear. There's also someone who was shooting multiple, I guess, crossbow bolts at Albiet's room, from Albiet's room, aiming precisely. Maybe the automaton is capable of simple acts, right? Like, it throws spear, it shoots dart. But then somebody else has to physically move it around. So maybe Marley is helping Takumaman by moving the statue where it needs to be to do the killings. And also moving it through the skylights. That's weird. That is weird. What have you got for Albeit? Uses an adult of small stature as a killer as he wishes the people to believe that the curse killed Zacharias Greystoke, and at a later date, other members of the expedition. Condemn him, he killed for revenge. With an accomplished of short stature, they should both go to prison. Or absolve Albeit. He will soon die, he is no longer able to kill anyone else. His short accomplice was used as a live weapon. They should be allowed to remain free. This guy's been drugging himself up. He soon expects himself to die. What if the curse is real? Then what? Oh, that just points to Sir Charles. Does it? No, he was unaware, so that's good. No revenge, bitterness. No automaton. Son is innocent. Both of these get red. Oh, it's these two that contradict then. Curse is real and bitterness. Curse is real and no revenge. No? That contradicts opportunity. Curse is real. Unaware. Son is innocent. There was an automaton. There was no automaton? No. He fears it, and there was no automaton. What does curse get me? The curse is real. It is simply the curse. What took everyone? The son is innocent. The foundry guy fears the curse. There was no revenge, no bitterness. Sir Charles not aware it really was just the curse. The curse is a real killer. Zacharias Greystoke was killed by the statue of Takudaman, and the curse of the Mayan Quiche temple might be fulfilled. Undermine Lestrade's reputation. Leave credit to the case of Lestrade. It will be better to the journalists to point their fingers of derision at him, or acknowledge failure. Keep your conclusion a secret. You cannot arrest a statue. Is this supposed to be the fail state, or is this for like just goofing around? Because if you got this far and you got all this evidence, no way the curse is real. See what I think it was. I think it was an automaton. And that, what's his face? Marley really does see himself as a chosen one. I don't think the statue itself was running. But, oh well. I think it was Bernard Marley. He believes in the curse that adapts his statues as killing automatons in the hopes that he may become the chosen one. Arrest him? He did not hesitate to kill due to his superstitious beliefs? Or absolve him, he's clearly insane and requires treatment. Better to send him to a sanatorium. See, but I don't want to absolve, though. Because whether this white British archaeologist from London believed that the ghost of a Mayan king was haunting him, he still chose to do it. He listened to that voice in his head. Arrest him. He did not hesitate. Yeah. I mean, he's got the smoking gun. Or the statue, as the case may be. Yeah. I mean, Sir Charles could have sold the other collections, but the other collections don't have parts of gold statues, and he's already sold his part. The other parts of gold statues would also fetch a hefty price tag. The attacks were done by someone of small stature, huh? for the tiny window on the roof. Albeit lies could only build a model of the final pyramid if he managed to gain entry. What if it's true that it wasn't necessary for Albeit to enter the pyramid? What does that contradict? Nothing? That's a bit odd then. It wasn't necessary for Albeit to enter the pyramid to construct its model. He could use his imagination. Clearly somebody did. But what does the truth touch on then? The truth or his lies? Does it go to this then? Does it go to the curse? That doesn't add to it. What do you touch, albeit it's true? You go to all those. False statement requires that the son is guilty. Powerful and accurate throw. So not the sun. But then he wanted the gold stuff, not just any trash. Which truth? The truth or lie in albeit statements, still does it connect? Merely imagine the running statue to cover his crime? I don't think so. And nothing else pops up, so I guess it fits everything else. Unaware of the curse. What if he was aware? Because they were all aware, weren't they? To some extent? This feels more like just picking the one that I want. And who knows, multiple things could be true. Maybe he was aware of the curse and would have loved to sell off the gold statue part in Zacharias' collection, but coincidentally was not involved. Because he can't just go selling everybody's collections. He wants to be a lord off this club that he's fermenting. Selling off one high-value collection? Fine. We're a part of a high-value collection? Fine. But every piece of the collection? Then he won't get to be Lord Tori. Hey, Zoku? King Kavi. I haven't entered the game yet? Really? Oh, you scared me. You scared me, because you know, sometimes you might open something up, but it doesn't, like, connect right away. And it's been over an hour and a half, so that would be the perfect time to tell me, hey Guinea, it's all blank. Oh, the extension. Yeah. I'm lazy. Found the extension and it was there for like 1 or 2 days of game, but then game was short and that extension no longer needed. And what am I supposed to do? Manually turn it off? Yeah, but ah well. But it was fun for what it was. And I think, let's see. I got no more clues, right? I found all the clues for the case. Well, what conclusions could I get? That Sir Charles is guilty. That Bernard Marley is guilty. That Albeit is guilty. Or that the curse is real. How does this compare to Chapter 1? Compared to Chapter 1, I give this an F for tutorializing. It just dumps you in and expects you to know how the game is played. If you find the how to play option, it says, these are the buttons, but doesn't tell you how to use the buttons or what these options do. So it does expect you to either be a clairvoyant or to have played every other Frogware-style Sherlock Holmes game, and that's kind of frustrating. But, compared to Chapter 1, it is more linear. It doesn't have the huge open-endedness that Chapter 1 has, but Chapter 1's open-endedness was also ambiguity to the point of pointlessness. Chapter 1, you could spend 2 hours on each case trying to get everything perfect, or you could spend 2 minutes reading through it, and it's the exact same outcome. It doesn't care. It just wants you to get the feel of here is young Sherlock Holmes. Here, it's not as open-ended. You still get to, like, deduce what your final outcome might be, but it's a much more linear story, so there's no real, like, branching otherness besides that. But it feels more tight. It has weight to it. It doesn't give you as much freedom, but each case feels more impactful. So, really, I think it might be a better Sherlock Holmes game in that regard. Because in the end, Chapter 1 ended up being a bit hollow. It gave you so many beautiful things, a beautiful environment, a beautiful history, lots of cool people and features and concepts and possibilities, and made use of zero of it in the end. I suppose it had to be good for that, to continue later on. I was wanting more Palau. It's cool that they added Palau for like 5 seconds in one part. But, you know, they could have had more. Anyway, I think that it's Bernard. He's got the automaton. The automaton can launch darts like an addle-addle. He believes himself to be the chosen one. It's him. And condemn him for his crimes. Maybe it could be Albeit, but I think Albeit isn't bitter so much as he's given up on life. Sir Charles has motive. The curse clearly isn't real, even if you got Indiana Jones style Mayan technology.
What's happened? Did someone else die? Did Tekunuman strike again?
No, which you know very well. Because you are the killer arm of this so-called curse.
Me? No, I'm not. I don't believe in any of that rubbish.
I have
Lies!
no choice but to hand you over to the justice, Mr. Marley.
Check conclusion. It wasn't Mr. Marley? Or was it condemning him was a bad option? What if the game wants me to be merciful? If I'm merciful on him, does it go green? Or is this like the John judgment in chapter 1, where it gives like a thumbs up or a thumbs down, but in the end, John liking or disliking you more doesn't matter? What if I'm merciful and say this guy might be making killer robots to kill all his friends, but he can't help it? He needs treatment.
What's happened? Did someone else...
Tekun Uman has been avenged, Mr. Marley. It's over now. The fear is over. You have only to follow us.
follow you? But why?
Don't worry, you're not responsible. There are specialists who will take care of you. They will help you.
No, I'm not crazy. No, it's you who's the lunatic.
He's insane, no true comprehension of the crime he committed. Still red. Was it not Marty then? Ah. Because I would think that him saying, oh, Takunaman has chosen me, and literally having statues of Takunaman that throw spears with complex clockwork would mean he was the statue running around. So it wasn't him? Hmm. Then who else could it be? Were the statues missing then? Just sheer coincidence? Couldn't be, and the way this is set up right. If there was no automaton, or if there was an automaton, then it can't be anybody else. Because apparently nobody else makes use of those available automatons. Sir Charles does have the most compelling motive, albeit also has some decent motive. But I think he's just more broken than anything else. Like, he is spiritually dead and simply awaiting his time to pass. Because he feels himself broken, a burden, a shamed thing. Is that his motive, that he was so shamed that he seeks revenge? Because I don't know about that. And albeit it's lies or truth, so it doesn't connect to anything. But it doesn't seem like that matters. Is a curse ever real? It can be. We can choose a curse to be real, and then either keep silent about it, or encourage Lestrade to declare this conclusion and have his reputation suffer. Oh man. If I take this game at face value, and the fantasy sequence inside the temple is taken as real, that does open up the possibility that it might be a curse. If the Mayans did have Indiana Jones Tomb Raider level death trap temples, then all bets are off. So the game gave Angry Red for Marley. What about Albeit then? Took somebody of strength, but also of small stature. What if it wasn't the sun? If the sun wasn't involved, then it couldn't be him. What if it was him alone, and he was making use of Marley's statues like he knew about them, and he snagged some for himself? And it was Marley who was actually shooting at Holmes and Watson, and the rope going up to the skylight was fabricated, just shot himself a rope bolt to the ceiling to make it look like somebody escaped? But nah. Each Each instance of mitosis has to be exclusive to somebody. What if it was albeit? And he's pretty tragic, so we can be nice to him. Left for dead in apparently a literal death trap. Sold into slavery in Brazil. Family falls apart. Too shamed to live as anything more than a drugged up husk. Or is it twist going to be that it was Sir Charles after all? And you think it's not Sir Charles, because as you get more evidence, you get more suspects. And Sir Charles is the first suspect, but he had no other suspects. So you think it can't be Sir Charles, there's no way.
Mr. Albeit. Oh, you're here with your son.
Yes.
It couldn't possibly be the son,
We
there's
have to
no
talk,
way.
and it
He's too
involves the
sweet.
police.
I see. Gulliver, go across the road to Mrs. James. This is an adult conversation.
Hold on just 1 second, please.
I don't think the son was involved. Oh, that's not the son after all, so we did have an accomplice.
A pygmy?
John,
As I
please.
suspected, Albeit brought him back from Brazil. You were both slaves there and you escaped together, am I correct?
You are. We are companions through life to death. He's more like a brother to me.
So he's the murderer.
But he was merely obeying his master.
Yes, I'm the one who planned the murder. I'm the one responsible.
You wanted them to pay for what they did to you.
Then what was
True.
Bernard doing making murder
Well, I don't
robots?
care what happens to me. I'll be dead soon. But Gulliver, you have to let him go.
I wasn't planning to arrest you, only that we might know the truth. Although I regret that Gulliver must leave England and return to his own country.
Shame. But thank you, Mr. Holmes.
Well, that was correct. Albeit's life was ruined by the greed and cowardice of his fellow expedition members, succumbed to illness and lost a limb. And his accomplice assisted Albeit in his quest for justice, they should be allowed to remain free. Yeah, alright. What do we lose in the end? A couple of turn-of-the-century British archaeologists who were mostly just looting the global south for their own debts, wealth, and prestige. Yeah. I don't know. I mean, I guess I could see it. But Albeit was really painted as more of a broken, out of his mind man who was like spending all of his days in opium dens. And so, with his poor health and his drugged up state, clearly couldn't be the killer. Whereas Bernard was really set up with, oh, I am the chosen one, I hear these voices, and literal death robots being made at his foundry. So what then was the deal with the missing robots? Or the missing statues? Just taken off to be used as a red herring? Because I don't think they ever found those. Well, that's that. About to finish the case. Alright. If I agree with the choice I have made, with cheesing my way to the correct culprit. I suppose that's one thing Chapter 1 has an advantage over the previous Sherlock Holmes games, where if you made the wrong choice, it's kind of ambiguous. That's one way the ambiguity kind of works. Maybe they're just lowering up and pleading the fifth all the way to court. Maybe you got the wrong person. Impossible to say. Unless you pay attention to, did John like the outcome, yes or no? Did you get 20 bucks or 70? Alright. At least here the cases are more involved. Infamy is this case.
Father, Mr. Orson Wilde is here, and I'm going to stay
Orson
with Miss
Wilde, not
Alice.
Oscar?
What?
Did you forget? Orson Wilde, you know, the star of American theatre. And he's visiting and staying with us. You did forget?
No, not that. I meant you wanting to stay with Miss Alice.
Yes, that's right. Miss Alice suggested it. She told me you couldn't possibly refuse.
What blackmail does Miss Alice have on us? Apparently Holmes really dislikes Miss Alice, and piano in particular. Refuse with a lie, take offense, new solution, or reluctantly accept, because how are you going to say no to this precocious little face? What about another solution?
Why don't you stay with Mrs. Hudson?
Oh, but Miss Caitlin has more in common with Miss Alice, and they get along so well.
Guess what, Mrs. Hudson? Mr. Wilde is here to study my father's character for his next play.
We
And
get
you
to go
won't be
through all of them
disappointed,
until
will you?
reluctantly
Father
agree.
is so pig-headed.
I can't believe it! The great Sherlock Holmes standing in front of me! I'm sure that our two brains will...
One brain cell each. Alright, profile on him. He's got a mole, the first thing I see. 2 moles. But clearly, the game doesn't think that's important. Also, I reiterate that these profiles are so much nicer without putting a timer on top of it. He has a scarf. Trendy. And an American flag pin. With too many flags, with too many stars. Too many flags too. American pride, or wants to attract attention. It could both be true. If you want attention, is one little pin really going to be it? That's too small for attention grabbing. I think that's just his pride. Tobacco? A British brand? Holmes's preferred brand. Aww, he wants to be besties. He has hands. Orson Wilde. Personalized boots. He's got more hands and a pocket watch. Empty? Pocket mirror. Actor's tool or self-affected? I'm gonna say self-affected. And if it's self-affected, maybe he does want to attract attention. Yeah? Imprecise! Oh, that's okay. The profiles don't matter too much. So that's 1, 2, 3, and now 4 imprecise. And 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, that's spot on the money. How many's left? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Aww. So that means what? Then we're almost done with the game? We're over the hump? If we got 9 done, if there's 7 left. And I'm guessing these being silhouetted, but not grayed out like these, means these folks are relevant to this case. And then you all for the last. Bernard Marley is not yet 45 years of age. He's a foundry director and a member... Wait, no, that's the wrong one. Orson Wilde, not yet 30 years of age, is a star of American theater who came to London to study the role of Sherlock Holmes. It is probable that he began his study previously. He smokes the same brand of tobacco as Holmes. Orson is narcissistic and follows fashion. He admires his own reflection. He wears a brooch with the American flag to attract attention. Nah, maybe it was just his pride then. An actor's tool. Like what? Just to make sure his makeup and disguise is perfect?
Mr. Wilde,
Because actor's tool
you're
is kind of
rude.
imprecise too.
This is such a fascinating city.
We need to talk.
I'd rather not. You're going to be angry again. Goodbye, Mr. Wilde.
Is it 5 o'clock already? I think I might go and ask Mrs. Hudson for some tea.
Wow, spot on. He's perfect for the role already. He's got the accent down and everything. Where's my daughter? There's my puppy.
Oh, come on, Toby. Your soap bath couldn't have been as bad as that.
Alright, so I guess first things first is to go to the archives. Ooh, more consequence. Mr. Holmes, if you are reading this and I am already dead, he keeps starting his letters like this to his family, to me now. I would like to thank you for all that you did. It means a lot to me. It was my deep scar, my greatest redemption, that I felt I had to perform before leaving this world. Thank you. Sincerely, albeit. So now he returns to being drugged up and broken and has taken his own life, I guess. Alright, so which archive has Oscar, not Oscar Wilde?
My archive.
Oh,
I can always consult with.
not archive? Do we not have an encyclopedia on American actors? Or is it just talk to him? Talk to him instead of stalking his encyclopedia entry? John Ewan? Where is John? Where has my John gone?
Oh, Wilde's already making himself at home.
In John's room? Then where is John gonna sleep? With me?
Wilde truly has a perfect disguise kit. Do actors really need all this?
For lace? And body. Or face and body.
This must be grease paint.
Are they all grease paint? Then foundation? Siesta Lenny Chorek?
Face powder of an excellent quality.
That we could use to the fingerprints. Camel hair?
I use the same brushes for makeup.
Ah. And then door
I
open,
forgot
spotted.
my hat. Father,
I'm just
Detective?
checking.
you've got something on your face. Is it makeup?
It might be. Practicing my disguises. You know me.
Wow, Caitlin, very judgmental. And here I thought she was meant to be open-minded.
No, don't touch that!
Oh, see, now they really are buddies. Tampering with each other's desks at the same time in tandem.
Mrs. Hudson, with our tea.
Unfamiliar step. Heels. Oh no. Indecision?
Not quite. We have a visitor.
Oh, not Miss
However, the
Alice.
lady is not so much angry as perplexed.
Good day to you, gentlemen. My name is Mary Sutherland.
Never
I
heard
have
of her.
come to you, Mr. Holmes, because I would give everything I have to know what has become of Mr. Hosmer Angel.
Why the haste, Miss Sutherland?
Mr. Hosmer Angel has disappeared, and my father, Mr. Winterbank, will do
Richard.
nothing. It makes me so angry.
Well, first off, she wears glasses. Unless she's recently had stitches taken out of her nose. Often wears spectacles. She has a rose brooch. Flashy or rich? This ensemble doesn't strike me as flashy. I'm going to say she's simply rich. This is which hand? Left hand. Is it left or right? I keep mixing up which countries do which hand. Married? Or family heirloom? Engagement, perhaps. Then again, if she is rich, with this rich brooch and nice clothes, so simple a ring? Well, I guess so. This wouldn't be in the De Beers era yet, would it? Different boots? Didn't notice boots. Oh. She could be in a hurry. Okay. Not a date. Right on the money. Mary Sutherland is a good-tempered young lady of 25 years of age. She has poor eyesight. She has failed to notice that she's wearing mismatched boots. Mary is a wealthy young lady and engaged to be married. Now tell us about your father.
Mr. Windybank is your stepfather, surely, since the name is different?
Well, indeed, I call him father, although he is barely older than myself.
And your mother is alive?
Oh, yes. Although I wasn't best pleased when she married again, and so soon after father's death, and to a man so much younger than herself.
Tell us about your income first. You're getting paid for this commission, right?
Do you have your own income?
I do, from an inheritance. It was left to me by my Uncle Ned in Auckland.
Then you have all that you could wish for, naturally.
Well, I live at home, and don't wish to be a burden to my family, so they have the use of the money.
Oh, of course they do. Hosmer Angles.
What is your connection with Mr. Hosmer Angel?
I met him at the gasfitters' ball. Mr. Windybank did not wish for me and Mother to attend. He never did wish us to go anywhere, but this time I was quite set on it. Fortunately, he left for France upon some business, and so didn't have any say in it. And I met Mr. Angel that night. We met again after that and would take walks together. But then Father returned, and we could no longer meet.
You've got to keep your father straight. Is this new father or old father? Stepfather against it? Was your stepfather against it?
Why was your stepfather against your going anywhere?
Well, he didn't like anything of that sort. He used to say that a woman should be happy in her own family circle.
Oh, Jehovah's Witnesses. Not to mention, if she moves out to somebody else's romantic interests, that's her Uncle Ned from Auckland money that they can no longer use.
Did Mr. Hosmer Angel make no attempt to see you?
Well, Father was going off again in a week, and Hosmer wrote and said that it would be better for us not to see each other until Father had gone. After that, he stopped writing.
So Dad goes off for a week to kill and dispose of your bow? Is that right? Is that the long and short of it?
Were you engaged?
Oh yes, Mr. Holmes. Right after the first walk that we
Wow,
took.
that was quick.
Where does Mr. Angel live?
I don't know exactly. I address all of his letters to the Leadenhall Street Post Office for collection.
Leadenhall Street. So it could be the first place to check?
Is there anything else that you can tell me about Mr. Angel?
He is a very shy man. He would rather walk with me in the evening, so as to be discreet.
Maybe he's married.
I put a missing persons notice in last Saturday's Chronicle. Here's a copy, and a letter from him.
Maybe this angel fellow
love
is
letter.
using an assumed name.
Yes, I see. As I anticipated, this validates my deductions perfectly.
What deductions, Mr.
Mr. Wilde, Holmes, Teller.
So much for client confidentiality. So, what do we know so far? Facts of the case. A secretive character, this Hosmer Angel. Mary doesn't even know where he lives, and yet they're already engaged after the first date. Dints from a pair of eyeglasses, or on either side of her nose, different boots. She is nearsighted. Yes, we know. Mary's income. Uncle gave her an inheritance, and she has granted her family the use of her money as long as she lives with them. I don't think that connects to the secretive character, but I do think that Angel's interest is in some fast money. Bad eyesight, and they meet in the evenings. Ah, she is being fooled. It's someone who doesn't want her to recognize him. Mysterious drama in London. Public notice. A disappearance. A gentleman by the name of Mr. Hosmer Angel has mysteriously vanished. Mr. Angel is of around 5 feet 7 inches in height, of strong build, with a sallow complexion. He is black-haired with bushy side whiskers, and a mustache. He is likely to be wearing tinted spectacles. On last sighting, Mr. Angel was dressed in a black silk frock coat, with a black waistcoat, and grey Harris tweed trousers. He is known to have been employed in an office in Leadenhall Street. Okay. So, how does this work? Mr. Angel. Black-haired, bushy side whiskers. And mustache. Spectacles. Black silk frock coat. Black waistcoat. And gray tweed trousers. If you are in possession of any information, please come forward. There will be a reward for any help in finding this gentleman. And the love letter. My dear love, please don't worry your sweet head. Do you believe that I would say anything to your family, who understand nothing of love? We had a wonderful time together, didn't we, while your father was in France? Such a short time, but it was enough for me to know that you were my life. I want to spend every minute from now on with you. I wish that it were possible. I love you very much, and I am waiting for the moment when your stepfather leaves once more upon his travels, so we can meet again. Hosmer Angel. Oh, I have to examine it.
This is strange. The love letter is typewritten.
So as to disguise his handwriting. Note I think we never seen Hosmer Angel and the stepdad at the same room at the same time, right? Every time he goes to France, Hosmer Angel comes out. And the stepdad is not much older than herself. Maybe the stepdad married her mother to get to her. Maybe he sincerely married the mother for money, and then he realizes that this unwed daughter, close to his age, also has money. Maybe he sincerely likes her more than the older mom. But I am going to be open to the possibility and biased towards the possibility that Hosmer Angel and her stepdad are the same person. Hence, he's taking advantage of her poor eyesight and meeting around sunset at twilight time with a disguise and an assumed name. And Hosmer Angel not showing up in the week that her dad's been gone. Could mean that dad's gone missing then, huh? Hooper and Son, London. We have a watermark.
Good quality paper, quite smooth.
Does your dad work there? Tell us. What could I highlight? We had a wonderful time together while your father was in France. Waiting for the moment your stepfather leaves once more. He's really emphasizing the whole dad has to be away thing.
We had a wonderful time together, didn't we, while your father was in France? I'm waiting for the moment when your stepfather leaves once more.
And becomes
Miss
Hosmer
Sutherland
Angel.
only met with Hosmer Angel while the stepfather was absent.
Holmes, have you figured it out? Have you figured it out, Holmesy?
Hosmer Angel decided not to leave his signature.
Let me see something. Hold on. This calls for the Internet Anagram Server. Or the I Rearrangement Servant. Hosmer Angel is an anagram for I am your father. Melange Ros, Melanges Row, General Mosh, General Ohms, Enlarge Mosh, Enlarge Ohms, Gleaner Mosh, Gleaner Ohms, Gleaner's Ohm, General's Ohm, Enlarges Ohm, Halogen Rems, Halogens Rem, Rehang Moles, Hanger Moles, Rehangs Mole, Hangers Mole, Gleam Herons, Gleam Nunners, Gleam Noshers, Legman Heroes, Legman Whores, Legman Shore, Legman Horse, Mangled Heroes, Mangle Whores, Mangle Shore, Mangle Horse, Mangle's Hero, Mangle's Hero. Oh, that's it. German's hole. Hosmer Angel is an anagram for German's hole. Or German holes, I suppose. So he hasn't gone to France. He's gone to Denmark to dig holes on the beach with the tourists. Manhole ergs. Haler gnomes. Heelsmonger. Leashmonger. Shalemonger. Menorah legs. Menorah legs. Hosmer Angel is Menorah legs. Yeah. And there's nothing else here. Got the watermark. Maybe you can analyze the entire body of the text.
Fairly common ink, nothing special. Let's study this letter more closely.
Ooh, can we? Is there something hidden? Is there, like, a particular deformity in the ink? Ooh, a double ampersand!
There are some letters with typographical defects. Miss Sutherland, do you have any other letters from Mr. Angel?
Unfortunately not. But I've brought my father's letter from Paris.
Oh no. Oh no. Well, hold on. You wouldn't have brought his typewriter with him. It's also typed out.
The stepfather's letter is also typewritten.
Mary, dear Mary, I'm taking the opportunity of sending you these few lines in the hope that they find you and your mother in good health. France is a nice country to look at, but it is the same as anywhere. There are rogues here who deceive and mistreat their women. Men nowadays are so dishonorable, they won't think twice to break your heart. I hope that you will be an obedient girl and look after your mother, and that you will take my advice. Stay at home. I'll be back before long. Your father. Signature.
I hope that you'll be an obedient girl. Take my advice. Stay at home. Miss Sutherland's stepfather's signature. The stepfather is trying to keep the daughter at home.
Okay, this is a different watermark.
Quite common paper with a light yellow tint. Fairly common ink, nothing special.
But
Let's
is it the
study
same
this letter more
typewriter?
closely.
Where's the ampersands? There's a K's. How's the ampersand? The ampersand has the same defect.
There are some letters with typographical defects. Both letters have typographical defects. They merit further attention.
Okay, so the ampersand is definitely one. Where's an ampersand?
This letter has a defect. It's the same letter with the same defect in both instances.
And the K's. Where's a K? He's avoiding using K, so we don't link him with the father. Oh, there's a K.
One more letter with a defect. Another letter match with the same defects.
If he had a nickel for every time he found a typographical defect, he'd have 2 nickels. Which isn't that much, but it's weird that it keeps happening. They both spell France the same way. Is it the E? Because the E's kind of a bit smudgy, but I don't think it's that. Nah, it's not the E. The M. The capital M.
One more letter with a defect.
Men.
Another letter match with the same defects. So, based on the specific defects, we could say that these letters were composed on the same typewriter.
Unless it's a common defect. The stepfather is the same person. Homer Angel's letter, the stepfather's letter. They were written inside the house. One typewriter, different typewriters, is just coincidence? That these letters have the same typewriter defect? No, it's one typewriter. Which must mean Stepdad is also seeing Homer Angel. Oh wait, I want space, not... There we go. Mary kept at home because of her income. Hey, got that right. For profit, the family has an interest in Mary's remaining single, as they have access to her inheritance. Or concern, Mary and her stepfather trusted one another. Mary was told to remain home as her stepfather believed it would be better for her. I mean, maybe. He wants access to her one way or another, I think. Different typewriters, if it's merely concern. Nah, there you go, that has to be profit. Because it's obviously the same typewriter. Secretive character, and Dad's work travels. Come on, let's put it together. Dad is her boyfriend. For some reason, Hosmer Angel met with Mary only when her stepfather was away on business trips, or it's shyness. Mary's stepfather was unaware of a relationship with Hosmer Angel. Hosmer Angel was a reticent and shy man, who did not want to cause trouble for Mary, that's all it was. No. Put them together. Come on, Holmes. Kept at home and work travels. An opportunity to socialize without her stepfather's knowledge? Or did she? Oh no, I don't want to see what this embryo turns into. Mary's stepfather lied. He didn't take his business trip, as he'd found out that Mary was disobeying him. Or he was simply away. He took his business trip, which gave Mary the opportunity to secretly meet with Hosmer Angel. Windibank is Mr. Angel. Hey, Windibank, just like from Great Sherlock Holmes Adventures. Not Great Sherlock Holmes Adventures, Great Ace Attorney. The Great Ace Attorney. Where'd that name come from? Mary's stepfather, Mr. Windibank, adopted a disguise and played the role of Mr. Hosmer Angel to keep his stepdaughter and her money close to home. Hide the truth, that'll cause Mary a great deal of distress if she's told the true identity of Hosmer Angel. Or tell the truth. Mary Sutherland is an honest and gentle young lady who should be allowed to live her own life. She does not deserve to be deceived in such a fashion. Well, first, I want to see. I found and used all the clues in this case. Oh no, well this can't be the last case then. Because there's still people we don't know, is there? So I guess this is a light two-parter. It starts off with a couple of new characters, solve that case, and then bam, real mystery right afterwards with new people. Will be met in current case. Will be met in the future case. Alright, so we've only got one case left. Oh well. But first I want to see if I could reproduce her beloved with her poor eyesight. I've only got the regular glasses, side whiskers and mustache, bushy side whiskers, right? Bushy sides and mustache. I'd count that. And he had black hair. I suppose the style doesn't matter, they didn't specify. But he had hair at all. There, stepdad hair. And then he was wearing a black silk frock coat, black waistcoat, and grey tweed trousers. I guess I can't reproduce the outfit itself, can I? No, I haven't got it. I mean, he has different clothes, I'm sure. Right? Darling, it is I have returned.
What else can I tell you?
She doesn't think I'm him.
I think this case is fairly obvious, don't you, Mr.
Okay, what if I pretend to be dumb and say that the father's been away? The crook Hosmer Angel. Mr. Hosmer Angel is a crook who was hired by Mr. Windibank to keep his stepdaughter and her money close to home. Mr. Angel did what was required and disappeared. Mary Sutherland's stepfather wished for her to stay loyal bound to Mr. Hosmer Angel. Loyally bound to Mr. Hosmer Angel, so keeping Mary and her money close to home. The law cannot touch Mr. Windibank, but at least Mary should know the truth, or hide the truth. Even if Miss Sutherland is told the truth about Mr. Angel, she will not believe it. She loves him too much. And she will never accept the reality. I don't know. What if you pretend that it's a different typewriter? So far, nothing contradicts. Shyness? Hosmer Angel left Mary. They got engaged after one date. Met a few times while Dad's away, and he's already broken her heart. He played with Mary's heart before deciding to abandon her. He did everything he could to not be found. It would be senseless to continue the search to know the truth, or hide the truth. No, I think they're the same person. Same typewriter. What about different typewriters? Strange behavior. Guess nothing. Different typewriters. Concern is crook, right? Okay. I think Mr. Windibank is Mr. Angel. Maybe he's doing it because he really likes Mary. Maybe he's doing it to keep her away from other men and thus removing the money from the family. But that's my conclusion. And so we shall tell her the truth. Confirm my choice? Do it! Achievement,
You should try to
domesticity.
let Mr. Hosmer Angel vanish from your memory, as he has done from your life.
Then you don't think I'll see him again?
I fear not.
Then what has happened to him?
Your stepfather married your mother for her money, and also enjoyed the use of your income. But with your personal advantages, it was clear that you would not remain single for long,
Personal
even with him keeping you at home.
advantages.
He disguised himself and reappeared as Mr. Hosmer Angel. He brought you as far as the church door and then conveniently slipped away. To bring you to this conclusion in such a dramatic manner that it would leave a permanent impression upon your mind.
That men are
You
scum!
have been cruelly tricked, Miss Sutherland.
Oh, Mr. Holmes. No, I can't believe it.
She's young. She'll have time to recover.
We were engaged.
To your dad, yeah.
Oh, it's horrible to think about. But, thank you for all you have done, Mr.
You couldn't
Holmes.
tell by his whiskers when he kissed you?
Holmes, you could have been more diplomatic.
Could have been. But the only other option is hide the truth. Now she knows, so she can give up on Mr. Angel eventually. And this will probably encourage her to seek her independence. Oh, my makeup reset.
What is going on?
What? Toby, what's going on? Is that a satchel, a bomb, a brick?
Mr. Holmes, is everything all right?
Is Toby okay is a question.
Go back to your flat and stay there with Kate.
Wow. Kate's been staying over with Miss Alice all this time.
Calm down, Toby. Now, let's see what this contains.
Is there anybody outside? They got glass all over Toby's blanket! I don't see anyone. And everyone outside is pretending they haven't seen anyone either.
Mr. Holmes!
No! But don't leave Kate.
It's a bomb!
It's ticking.
What if I waited it out? Would I die? Move away. Examine.
I see wires inside. They could be connected to the cover.
It is a bomb. Bend aside. Move away. I meant me move away, not move the cover away. Oh my goodness, game. That's stupid.
It's
See, my interpretation, right, is move away from the bomb, or examine the bomb.
I see wires inside.
Now, this strictly says bend aside, right? That clearly means to open it. So I figure that's bend this aside, or me move away. Bend it then if I can't leave the area and come back with pliers. See, that's what I didn't want to do. I wanted me to go away, then come back with a tool.
A fancy ticking homemade gift from a secret admirer. I have 2 minutes to defuse it.
Excellent. First, take off the battery. Okay, so I don't know anything about defusing bombs. And let me turn the catcher the gamma up even. Take out the battery.
Aha! This solenoid protects the bomb from being easily diffused.
Oh, that's not the
If
battery.
it loses its power supply, it will close contact between the secondary chain wires and the bomb will explode. A source of electricity for the detonation.
Okay, so clip this first then, right?
A package with explosive material. There are wires going in and out. It's useless to predict how they might be tangled up inside. There are wires attached to the bell and hammer. When the alarm triggers, the bomb will explode.
So, what do I clip? Oh, I gotta actually click the clippers. Okay, so first is the electricity source, right? Cut. See, that'll take, that's my consequence.
A fancy ticking homemade gift.
Okay, so if it's not, click that first. But see, this just goes to that. So explain this to me again.
Aha! This solenoid protects the bomb from being easily diffused. If it loses its power supply, it will close contact between the secondary chain wires and the bomb will explode.
Okay, so it can't lose that yet. But we can... So, we gotta maintain the charge between the battery and that, or it blows. But what I can remove is a line from the alarm to the bombs. So when the alarm does go off, the bomb won't. Or so went my logic.
A fancy... Aha! If it loses its power supply...
Right.
There are wires attached to the bell and hammer. When the alarm triggers, the bomb will explode.
Okay.
A source of electricity for...
Alright. So you go to the bomb. You go from bomb to the clock. You go from... From the clock to the solenoid. But it said that you need the electricity to get the battery blows up. What if I go from the clock to the security? Little click.
A fancy...
Okay, what else do we have then? So the clock has to connect to you. The bomb has to connect to that. Hey, Onyx.
What about the top?
Shh. Play it yourself. You go from battery to the bomb, battery to the bomb, battery to bomb, and battery to bomb. Unless they crisscross inside to come out. Oh, they might come out this end to go to this. See, your son doesn't want it in here. Your son doesn't like this room. Okay. So what do I do then? We have 2 reds and 2 blues. You know, I feel like this might become just random guessing. 'Cause you go here. That is death. There are only 2 connections of red and blue that go into the bombs. I'm going to assume that these are straight tubes. And so this red goes into here to come out there to this. So this doesn't connect to that. This should be safe. Or not.
A fancy.
So what about the other red then? That also blows up though. Yeah. So there's an order of operations that's not entirely clear to me. All I know is...
Aha! This solenoid protects the bomb from being easily diffused. If it loses its power supply, it will close contact between the secondary chain wires and the bomb will explode.
Right. So if this connects to there... maybe that's it. If this connects to there, then it blows up. So maybe the first step is just turning these off first. Hey, there you go! And then this one. And now that that mechanism is out, we could safely turn this off. There you go, easy peasy. You just gotta blow yourself up a few times to understand the logic of this. And now there's no power going to the bomb. We could take out the mechanism for the clock. Oh no, we blew ourselves up. Ow, Onyx. There. Now, even if the alarm goes off, it won't activate this, and there's no power to the bomb. Cool. So we're done. That's it. That's all the wires. What more do you want? And take it apart?
Aha! There are wires attached to the bell and hammer. A source of... a package.
Fast forward to the 2-minute mark.
What happened?
A few
Just a
deaths.
small bomb.
Somebody wants to kill me? What for?
Or
I don't believe that
Holmes.
you were the target.
Who then?
Mr. Holmes, are you all right?
It
I
was
saw the
you.
bloke. I tried to catch him, but he escaped.
Revenge for ruining your lungs. What do he look like?
Can you describe the man?
He was thin, about 5'5", with black hair and a hair lip.
Oh, we don't have hair lip disguises. So we can't pretend to be him.
Wiggins, tell us everything you saw.
The fellow was watching your place, so I thought maybe he's a client. But then he took something out of his jacket and threw it, smashing your window. I shouted at him and he took off. I grabbed him by the sleeve, but he wriggled out of his jacket and left it.
Give us the
Sorry I
jacket then,
didn't
that's
catch you,
evidence.
Mr. Holmes.
You did very well, Wiggins.
It might have his Nintendo Switch in it.
Now, let's take a look at that jacket.
Here it is.
Good job, Wiggins. Here's a penny.
Oh, thanks, Mr. Holmes.
A whole penny. We really are just paying him a single pence for all this dangerous work we put him into. Having him chase a dangerous criminal all across from the East End to who knows where. Crawling through dogs and bullies and literally climbing up a sooty chimney with a meter for how badly his lungs are getting fucked. For a single penny. A knife? Or is it one of those switchblade combs? Switchblade comb? JT.
JT are the owner's initials.
Justin Timberlake.
Let's see what's inside.
There could be a hidden message that's been written with some lemon juice.
Sit, Oscar Wilde.
No, don't touch anything else.
Oh, I can't believe... Can we get rid of this guy? Can we kick him out? We could chemical analyze it to fix it, right?
There are ink stains on this piece of paper. I could read the text with the help of my analysis table if
Ah!
Wilde destroyed it.
We've lost the use of the analysis table. John's gonna hate us. Rally, Mohawks, bring out your axes, and tell King George will pay no taxes on his foreign tea. His threats are vain, and vain to think, to force our girls and wives to drink his vile bohea. Then rally, boys, and hasten on to meet our chiefs at the Green Dragon. Aren't they like a century too late for this? Description of the attacker. Oh, they're also doing the mouth focus. Examine the belongings.
A poem. But what does it mean?
This isn't a poem. It's a song called Rally Mohawks. That great moment when America rebelled against England's dominance.
No offense,
Then
Holmes.
rally, boys, and hasten on to meet our chiefs at the Green Dragon. And I bet they hoisted a tankard of ale and invented a new nation. Along with deciding if this was the week they got to dump some tea into yon harbor.
Why ever did he keep such a song in his pocket?
Because you see, Holmes, it's 2018, and so Guy Fawkes stuff is like way overdone.
Good job, Toby.
So here we have the next best thing.
Thanks to Wilde, my analysis table has been completely destroyed.
What else could I use if not analysis? Could we use the archives to find a catalog for a new analysis table and have it ordered? Same day delivery. Song from the 1700s? Can we go that far back? No, we can't. These encyclopedias? This is a song about the American conspiracy to dump tea, so criminalistics. No? Okay. History. Green Dragon Tavern. The Green Dragon Tavern was a public house used as both a tavern and a meeting place, and was located on Union Street in Boston's North End. In the early 19th century, a number of replicas of the Green Dragon were opened across Europe. One of these is now located in London, near the harbor, in the district of Whitechapel. Was this a bar from Vampire, where the first part of the game takes place and you come back to later on?
Here it is. That's all I can do for now. Let's try and get a few hours of sleep.
How can you sleep
What,
when there's
Holmes?
someone
You don't want
trying
to,
to kill me?
go on the case right
Selfish.
now? Maybe the culprit has gone back to the inn after blowing up your flat. So this is what? If I'm predicting the pace correctly, 4 cases for this game? A fair bit less than Chapter 1, but with a lot more substance then. So let's see, if we're going out to the pub, then let's get dressed to party. Festive outfit, braces down, shirt open. Maybe a more sailor outfit, 2 scarves. That's just one, isn't it? Just knotted differently. Now we'll take the old reliable, a nice suit, but dirtied up. Bit more working class. Maybe give me a bit of scruff to blend in. We don't have to do this, but it's fun. Yeah, that'll do. Or I guess that's alright too, huh? There's no combination of like this plus cheek hair. No burns to this. Alright. How about that then? I mean, it's kind of what I'm asking for. It's mustache plus chin strap and everything else. Yeah? Yeah? That's perfect, actually. Alright. But they'll never know it was me. As they make my tea. Boop.
He's so funny.
Who are you laughing at? Is it Wiggins? He's... Oh, is it Toby's birthday?
Oh my, I see you and Kate are best friends already.
Oh, that's too precious. Toby
Incredible how quickly Mr. Wilde has understood.
is definitely the
Father.
star of this show. Okay, what's Mr. Wild doing? Is that him out there? Oh no, he's got the deerstalker hat.
Did you sleep well, Kate?
Very well, thank you, Father.
You're welcome.
Is that Wilde? Whatever is he doing now?
He's transforming you into a legend.
Oh, silly man. Kate, what's the matter?
Well, I just came by to tell you that I'm going to the zoo with Alice.
You're
We'll be
saying
having lunch in
this
town.
with a lot of bitterness in your voice. Take it advantage, stay, the zoo. I get Alice wanted to get close to me, but why is Kate being so bitter to me about those two going on an outing?
That's kind of her, but I'd rather you didn't take advantage of her generosity.
It's my birthday today, Father.
Oh, hence the hat and the bitterness. I know now. We'll be honest, the house did just get blown up. I have a valid reason to have forgotten.
I'm so sorry, Kate. With Wilde's visit, Look, here's some spending money. Go and treat yourself to a thing.
All right. I'll go then.
Kate.
You never do anything right.
We got blown up last night, child. Come on.
I do care. I've just had a difficult night.
Yes, Alice told me about the bomb, but you wouldn't.
Kate, I only want to protect you.
We could have died, child, like 6 times.
I wish Alice would adopt me.
Wow.
Don't be ridiculous.
I don't know why my parents entrusted me to you. Did they really know you?
Kate, come back.
Oh no, Alice is driving a wedge on purpose, isn't she? Alice knows the truth about her parentage.
Damn it. Such a waste. This Alice, I have an odd sense about her. It's as if she's playing with Kate's feelings. This would be a good opportunity to investigate Alice's flat while they're absent.
Oh right, I can't open doors and have dialogue going at the same time, Frogwares. Okay, what did he say? Oh. I can't go back to what I said. No, oh well, who cares? The gist was, go investigate her flat. Which should be right next door. But there is no next door. Crazy
Let's
attached
not go
housing.
outside. The journalists would notice me.
Well, hence the disguise homes. They don't know all your disguises, do they?
A back room. Force is not an option. I should find another way inside Alice's flat.
Oh, through the balcony. We could leap across the balcony, you see. Maybe this is like the penultimate mission, and the last one's like, I don't know, the abysmal one before the climax. If anybody sees me, I'm a common burglar. Oh, what? Now you could jump small gaps homes without having to do a whole puzzle about it. You may use several lockpicks at once to lift the plates and open the lock. You're just now telling me this? You're just now giving me a tutorial. This is the first tutorial of the game. The first one. Screenshotting this for posterity. Alright, so. Old, reliable number 4, I think. Number 2. To lift this plate. No, it's too small. Too small for both. And then maybe... Could I add onto it? Like, say... And then this... Hey! Then again. Oh, then no. See, the real hint here is that you could actually swap the lockpicks once you're locked into here. Okay, so it's not 4, right? Because 4? No. What I need 4 to do is go to this one. And then 2? For you? And then one more? Could I do one more?
There's no space for this lockpick.
Okay, what about... How about is 3 for this one? Okay. And then 4 down below. Yeah? And we get to snoop on our neighbor who's been a little bit too interested about us and who has a father who's possibly of criminal elements. And she knows about the true parentage of Kate, or that we've done something about their parents criminalistically.
It appears that Alice sleeps in this armchair, as uncomfortable as that must be.
Oh no, she's an old spinster already. Spinstress. A letter.
Alice has recently used this.
To craft a birthday gift for my daughter. Dear Miss, thank you for your most recent delivery of shirts for my cousin. They are marvelous. As I told you, this Saturday I shall be attending the wedding breakfast of my dear friends, so I'll need to look stunning. Please be sure to finish my dress by Friday at latest. I will send for it in the morning. What's with the vial? Can we analyze? Oh, we can't analyze it because someone had to blow us up. Examine the smell. It's gonna be chloroform and I'll pass out.
It has no smell.
Has no smell. And the taste? Oh, just gulped it down.
It has a bitter taste.
Cyanide, and I have
No
died.
smell, bitter taste. It's a tincture of barbiturate.
Oh, you think so?
A soothing drug to aid sleep.
So, sleep drugs and drugs.
Alice prepared a gift for Kate.
Oh no.
She
Let's
remembered
open
her
it.
birthday. Well, women are good at that sort of thing.
We're not gonna open it and see what she's gonna fill our daughter's head with? Now's the time for you to not be Snoopy.
It looks as though Alice has not slept here for a long time.
Alice goes out at night as a spy, cum assassin. She's got a complex lock for her music box.
A phonograph cylinder.
Rotate the dials to plot an entire path through the maze in order to open the casket. But this does go through the maze already, doesn't it? It already does. This one does it. Oh wait, the entire path. Do we have an end path to here? We do not. So we gotta make sure that all the things connect, because this connects to here. But does it connect out? Is there a way that satisfies all three? Dead end, dead end. To nowhere. I'm not entirely sure what this wants. Maybe what it wants is not all the paths connected, but this end to this end, regardless if it goes in a zoopy like that or straight on through. Because for that, this definitely works, because that gets you out here to this. And you come on down this way. Oh yeah, there you go, easy. My dear little Alice, if you read this letter, then that means I am no longer in this world, and that my illness has defeated me. Please try not to be sad, dear, for I have lived a good life. My only regret is that you are now alone, and you will be sent to live with who knows who, an unknown family. I do not trust the institutions who behave so cruelly towards your father. But please take courage, my dear angel. You know the secrets which allow you to speak with the souls of the dead. So we may talk soon. Your aunt. Was that her deal? She's not a spy assassin, but a necromancer, in the classical sense? And that could be how she knows about Kate's real parents and what happened to him? Find a use for the cylinder.
Alice's childhood was spent with her aunt, until the aunt's death.
Dear Alice, thinking of you now has made me remember the past. And as you well know, I was always a worrier. Every time that you were sent to live with yet another family, I hoped you would be happy. But people are cruel, aren't they? It angers me to think of you, so miserable in every home, to be considered more of a servant rather than a member of the family. You suffered so much, but I am happy now to congratulate you on your 21st birthday. Now all your horrors are behind you. You are grown, and independent, and a beautiful woman. I wish you the life that you deserve, with all the happiness that's possible. Your friend,
Alice was unhappy with all of her adopted families.
He wakes early, despite the fact that the lamp in his room glows into the small hours. He provides a street urchin with work. I believe the boy's name to be Wiggins. Oh, she's taking notes on me. His friend Dr. Watson is always nearby. They seem very close. He is respected by Inspector Lestrade, although he never works with the police. Really, Lestrade respects us? Kate is so sweet and honest and naive, but Mr. Holmes doesn't spend much time with her. That does seem like she has sought out and found my weak point.
She's spying on me.
Yes, and has fully exploited your own weaknesses. That's all for this room. They're going to be at the zoo for a while, so it should be safe. Zoo and lunch. So I could take as much time as I want then. Okay, we got an occult book. A morning photo. Sarah de Bouvier. Why does that name sound familiar?
Sarah de Bouvier is Alice's mother.
Ah, my dear mother. Spiritualism and physical research.
Strange taste in literature.
Western esotericism at it again. Certified copy of an entry of birth. Alicia Floella Hamilton, 1867. September 10, 3:05 p.m. Port of Spain, Trinidad.
Her full name is Alice Floella Hamilton.
Could we research that in our archives? Is she going to be there in our infinite encyclopedias? Dear Miss de Bouvier, I wanted to inform you that your rental contract has been prepared. You can come collect it whenever you're convenient. Any evening of the week. Mrs. Hudson, landlady.
Alice used her mother's name to lease the flat.
You want to keep her identity a secret, Miss Alice? Is there a reason for that? Is your parentage or your heritage something that might compromise you?
Kate probably sleeps here.
By a broken window. What goes on here that I don't know about? And this, the accursed piano! That anyone could hear. Peek out the window under disguise to make them think, oh no, she's being burgled. She has a much bigger and nicer flat than I do. This isn't fair. Mrs. Hudson, how come she gets all this? This looks gorgeous. And she gets her own foyer.
This lock is quite new.
As is my key. I'm guessing this goes to the hall.
It's shut tight.
Oh yeah, that's a hall door, isn't it? This can't be, because it's locked from the inside. Pictures of me? That was me, right? What have you got going on in here? Also, Mrs. Hudson. She has so much more space than I do.
The wheelchair is the same as the one in the photograph above.
It is. She's not keeping track of my cases, is it? Is that Mr. What's-His-Face from the first case?
Louis Napoleon Bonaparte.
Okay, that's not related to me. What about the child in the cradle? What's this altar? I can't interact? He doesn't want to interact? Is this how she communes with the dead? I bet this is. These are props and things for her necromancy.
It's my distant ancestor, Horace Vernet.
Horace Vernet, don't tell me that your ancestor owned her ancestor. William Hamilton, 1846 to 1880?
William Hamilton. But I know him. He was a bandit who I arrested 20 years ago.
And possibly her father? Use cylinder 320 or 881? Do I have a 320? You're trying to speak to victims of the past cases? Did I fail? I got it right at the end, after exploring
Alice
a few
knows about
options.
Bryce Greystoke, the victim from the bowling club. I solved that crime.
Yeah. The guy admitted to it. Cylinder 281. 821. While she's doing that, plug in the laptop. Where's your plug?
Who's the plug?
Daddy issues. This explains everything.
Alice is talking with her father, William Hamilton.
Wait, is there more? Drawers. Didn't check the drawers. The Times. Mass suicide leaves 27 dead at Ceuta, Spain. The bodies of 27 people, including 4 children, have been discovered in Ceuta, Spain. The deceased, who are members of the Veneration of the Dead, have consumed a soft drink, laced with deadly cyanide and sedatives. Could it be this is why she has sedatives upstairs? and the flavorless, the bitter, but odorless fluid. Police are only able to save one young woman, Alice Flowella Hamilton. The lady, who was unharmed yet in deep shock, remains unable to shed any light on the sad case. I guess that drawer is empty. If it's all green and nothing else came out. You've communed with Charles Darwin?
Charles Darwin, English naturalist and geologist.
Investigate the flat completed. Is it? Because I still see stuff here. I can't check the book.
My word, look at this setup. Alice practices spiritualism.
What was your first hint, Holmes?
Abraham Lincoln. I finished here, time to go.
Just the violins reach a crescendo. And then, attack as you step outside. No? Attack as you step outside. No? Alright, then I fall from the balcony as I jump across to my own. Should I put anything else away? Just gonna keep all this loot with me? Well, that's that then. Alice is a bit obsessed, has daddy issues. Maybe Holmes is right to not get involved. Do we just go then? To the pub after all that?
A map of London and its surroundings.
No, no pub yet. What about the newspaper for the case?
What can I do for you, Mr. Holmes?
The Golden Cock. The death of a cock has resulted in 2 murders. The ensuing altercation led to Dick Merman, the gentleman accused of killing the aforementioned feathered fowl, receiving a fatal knife wound, and his father, who came ready to his assistance, being beaten to death. The Dubois brothers, the 2 men responsible for these terrible murders, have since been locked away in Scotland Yard. Okay, what have I got? Evidence-wise? Search the archives for William Hamilton. Though we do know the tavern. Disguise yourself as a bandit and obtain information. Alright. Oh, hold on. I warped on top of the kid. I think this covers the bandit look alright. That was already dressed to blend in. And this is a bandit suit. But we do need to do archive. After, I use the bathroom, because it has been 3 hours now. I normally break every 2, but there was just so much progress to make that I had to stay along. So, BRB. There we go. Much better. And I suppose now we know who the Devil's Daughter is. Playing these games out of order, and all the emphasis given to Kate as if we're supposed to know who she is. And the hints at her parentage might have been criminal. Maybe Kate was the Devil's Daughter? But nah, it's Alice. And whoever this whoever is. William Hamilton. In criminology? Criminalistics? No, that's more techniques, isn't it? And the Central Archive is just years, I guess newspapers. He might be in the newspapers. 20 years ago, right? Died in 1880. So looking for William Hamilton in newspapers from 1880. Wasn't that around when Chapter 1 took place? So Holmes should have been in Cordona at that time. According to the Frogwares' internal consistency. The Frogwares cinematic universe. Maybe this is right after he took the boat back to England with Mycroft? I don't know. William Hamilton's death, shootout in London. Underground explosion. Salvation Army forms in London. Oh, 1880. I thought this was all related. William Hamilton dead in a shootout, which resulted in an underground explosion. And related to all this, the Salvation Army forms in London. Nah, William Hamilton's death. A failed escape from Newgate Prison. 4 prisoners crawled through a narrow draining pipe to escape from the Newgate Prison in London. It was a well-planned daylight operation, but ultimately unsuccessful thanks to the fast reaction of our police force. 2 of the prisoners were killed. The remaining men were sent back to prison. One of the dead prisoners was a prior criminal, Lord of London, William Hamilton. As it is already known, William Hamilton was arrested in 1875 during a Scotland Yard operation under the charge of Inspector Lestrade. During that investigation, a major role was played by the consulting detective Sherlock Holmes. After the arrest, and due to his wife being deceased, Hamilton's young daughter was sent to live with her aunt.
Here it is.
I suppose that corresponds with the note we got. The letter addressed to Alice. A couple of chapters back, last chapter maybe? That did seem to imply that Holmes locked her father up. Alright, so that was that. That's the only thing on the to-do list. So off to the pub. What am I doing? Walking to the street when all I gotta do is just open map. Loading option, travel by cab, or the standard loading screen to travel. I suppose it's not so bad that this world is only semi-open. They give you like a neighborhood or something to explore, but not much in it. But it is more focused than the entirety of Cordona. Where in comparison, they give you free access to the whole island, but nothing to do in it. Mother, hello! Closeted Victorians. Oh, is this one? Hold on. Before I muse. Wither, do you remember what you told me last week about the Heaven's Vault books having been released? Well, guess what arrived that very night after you told me?
Come on, Bobby, push back.
And so now they are here, in my possession. But the timing of it. They any good? Well, it's been a rather busy week. I've been doing a lot of like Christmas shopping. And, you know, boyfriend stuff, boyfriend's cat stuff, so I haven't really had the chance to get into them. But I have cracked the first book open some, and it is pretty alluring. Already starts you off with a bit of Ancient, and going right into Alaya's mind. So it's definitely going to be worth reading. I am very much looking forward to him. And I think this foreshadows that we are going to have to arm wrestle in this. In Holmes's neighborhood, there is a practice table for arm wrestling.
Hey, you! Shut up! Well done, Bobby! I've got a penny on. Hey, you!
Also, Wither, on your recommendation, I went ahead and watched Free Jimmy. And I don't know what you mean about there not being any objectively good or bad people. There's a moose. The moose is objectively good. And seemed to be about the star of the film. What's this? Milk? Oil. Can I take it? Never know when an adventure game protagonist needs oil. Moose is people. It is a character. He has agency and his own objectives. I'm totally counting him. I'm not gonna take the cards. Excuse me, Mom, could I have an order or something, please?
I should be quiet so that I can listen to what people are saying.
The eavesdropping thing.
There's no one to eavesdrop on from here.
Mind if I just sit over here for like 5 seconds to eavesdrop?
Sod off.
Aw, alright.
Celebrate.
Just gonna lean inconspicuously on the fireplace right next to these guys. Thrilling twin stick action.
I've lost too much here. Damn poker.
Easy marks.
There's an illegal gambling down here.
Oh, there's a post. Don't mind me, just rubbing my back against all the surfaces. The Wind Shieldless Fan was a pretty good bit.
Beer. Strong.
Strong beer? That's a contradiction.
Perhaps I should try it.
I'll drink.
Can we? Can we try the beer?
Scotland Yard dogs.
Oh. He asked, but I can't accept. Can I?
Right.
Want a beer?
Holmes, you gotta blend in. You gotta take a beer,
No one to eavesdrop
otherwise
on from here.
we're gonna notice.
I need a refill.
Let's celebrate.
Me just going from table to table and post to post.
I can hear nothing from here.
You guys mind if I just sit next to you? Just gotta tie my shoes everywhere. Oh, I can't reach them from here. I'm looking right at them, too. Oh yeah, I read that on the Wikipedia page. Accents aside, I couldn't really tell like if they were supposed to be foreign or not. And you'll have to forgive that my Norwegian pronunciation is non-existent. But they're from that western bit, right? A little central western bit?
I can hear nothing from here.
And that's near where you're from. That's pretty cool. Middle bit? Well, you know. All about perspectives, but yeah, middle-ish.
Forget that I'll drink.
You think these guys will mind if I just sit next to them?
Hey, this is my table.
Let's celebrate.
Wait, already?
Bottoms up.
I already eavesdropped them already. It's these guys I haven't. Did I? No, I did. Didn't I? Yeah, I did. That was this post. Was it?
Get lost.
But I'm the bartender now, right?
Mug Hunter, what do you think you're doing? Get out of here!
Completely inconspicuous. That just sit right behind them after shuffling around all night. Obrillin. In the dialect means hold my glasses spectacles. Ah.
The attack on Holmes failed.
They have no idea Holmes is right here. He's got his jacket, so unless it's... Ooh, playing card. Playing card gets you in. You know?
Interesting. They
I
have
need a
some kind
refill.
of pass for getting inside.
I could totally understand that. Glasses are such a pain to have to replace. And if you need them and they break,
I drink to forget that I drink.
the entire game has been reduced to vague blurs. It's not as bad, because the screen's fairly close.
Let's celebrate.
Okay, what am I doing? Eavesdropping on... Oh, there's an orange dot in the middle.
The man with the air lip. He was a
What'd he say? I didn't catch that. Oh really? That guy himself has several comics, and his friends. I had read that it involved a lot of characters or something from the comic Arthur. That's pretty cool.
Man with a hammer. He could be my attacker. I should find a way to go upstairs.
I'll drink.
Hey, what did that guy say? Baker Street, Baker Street, Baker Street. Nothing else is important?
Let's celebrate.
Oh, that's kinda cool. Done like a proto-cinematic universe. Just walk up and talk to him. Completely inconspicuous, just moving from table to table every time somebody else moves in.
Hey, what are you looking for? Get lost.
Or, oh, see, they have noticed. I guess it is why the window's right here. But I like that if you do just, like, go from table to table and right to them, they notice. A whole comic about him and his friends taking the train down to the capital to watch a local team from up here playing the footy club finals. And they lose. But he's drunk, so doesn't remember. And none of them dare tell him. That's pretty cute.
Pour me a double. I'm going outside for a cigarette.
It seems like the, powder keg aspect aside, he seems like fun people. Attack him.
He has a pass.
Steal his hair lip.
Steal it to gain
Yes! Oh. Via arm wrestling, right? We gotta arm wrestle to steal it from him like a wager. Push him over, and then go down and collect it from his body. Oh, that's not him? Where is he? It is him, right? Taking a cigarette, wearing a coat? Or is this just sort of cool? Ah, but you see, no container needed. It's all water down here. So just the Thames take him away. Exactly, there's water. If I exit this part... Oh, there it is. Gotta pickpocket him. Just sweetly wrap your arms across his ample waist and slip your pocket delicately, your hand delicately in his pocket. I willed it out of his pocket. I was like, rise. Rise. cry! Ow. And I'm checking it right behind him, right here. Where everyone could see me. Take his money. The Ace of Dragons. Oh, they're gonna will it back in.
A neat job.
What did I think about the movie? I thought it was pretty neat. I didn't really take the accents too literally because I understood that it's a localization. So I didn't really pick up that there were supposed to be foreigners going to Norway, like they mentioned foreigners themselves. But I enjoyed it. Good style. Surprisingly wholesome story given the subject matter. Oh, see, the ugly is part of the appeal. Not everything could look like Baby Shark or should. It's got a very distinctive style that does play homage to the original, but also really works well for the story.
You can get in. I need a refill.
And even for the designs, right? It might not be pretty, it might be ugly, but it's not terrible ugly. It's distinctive. A suitcase. The hair-lipped man!
Is the boss at his place?
Yeah, he's waiting for you.
And I guess that's another thing, yeah.
A man. I should find a way to follow him.
Worn down, desperate, mostly awful people one way or another. But it's not like... It's not like completely bitter, you know? Like, sure, it's a lot of people who are terrible in lots of different ways. But they have their ideals, they have things they want, and they're like working towards it. They're not just being awful for the sake of being awful. There's a logic to it, there's a humanity to it. Exactly, they're awful but still very people-y. There was a notable Twitter thread this weekend about some guys all like, oh, I don't like the term torture porn or trauma porn in fiction. So you guys just don't like to see bad things happen to fictional people. No, we do. We love it. It's great when it's good. It's delicious when it's good. It's just like, there's lots that aren't. But Free Jimmy is definitely on the side of these are terrible people and terrible things happen to them. But they got the human aspect. They got the people aspect, and that's what makes it good.
The door to the gambling room is there.
But the hair-lipped man went here, right? So I'll just walk right by you.
It's not a gambling room, so get out of here.
Yeah, exactly. They're junkies, they want their fix, they want their pay. And so they're doing things for that. But it's not like, oh, we're just evil, little hands, little junky people doing things for the lulz. No, that's the gangsters. But even then, the motorcycle gangsters have their own motives and their own reasons, you know? All terrible people, but with more to them than just they're terrible and that's it. We got bones?
You loser.
What do they got here? Poker table? No Hanahuda?
Make it snappy.
You loser.
Oh, we got a connecting room.
I'm gonna win.
Or is that outside? That's outside. But... balance board?
I have to get across to the other side. Perhaps from there I can reach the guarded area.
Luck is on my side.
Get out, fresh.
See, the greedy friend, getting them into the circus. Possibly the closest thing one could get to like a true bad guy of the film, maybe. Considering it's his schemes that get them all into it and exacerbate it all. But even then, yeah, he's got his motivations, he's got objectives he's trying to do, even if in a scummy way.
You loser.
Hey, what do you think you're doing? That's private. Gamble or get out.
Alright, what can we gamble? We got this guy by himself. Make a diversion and get outside.
It's my lucky day.
Do I get a choice of how I get to make a diversion? Okay, we got a choice. Pool
You
table
loser.
or loneless meal?
All in. I can smell the money.
If it's one guy, right, it's probably easier to manipulate him.
Snappy?
You loser.
And we could probably do something to, like, get these guys involved. How you doing, Mark?
A well-cared-for hat.
And a well-cared-for knife.
They allow knives here.
You loser.
Oh, that's just to inspect him.
All in.
2 aces. A small mirror. And a conceal button. An extra card. Oh. I'm looking at somebody else's stuff. What to point out? The extra card? The button? The mirror? Nice mirror. What would the mirror do? You hear that ticking? That ticking means that if I set on hard mode, there would totally be a timer right now to fail me arbitrarily. The extra card, right? They've all got extra cards, surely. I don't see the mirror helping him because it's facing at him, unless there's some other arrangement of mirrors.
He uses the extra cards to cheat. A button for a mechanism.
But what mechanism? We don't know.
Uses a mirror to look at the cards during the deal.
Oh, during the deal. Imagination talent. Oh, it was automatic.
This is a holdout that deals extra cards. The rope leads from one sleeve to the other. If the rope's cut, it'll release the hidden cards and expose his trick.
So,
That's what I'll need to do for a diversion, then I can get outside.
So we grab the knife, slam it down onto his shoulder, and that cuts the rope, and the card flies out, right?
Look, you snappy.
Take the knife. Divert attention.
You loser.
Cut the rope. Fight starts.
I can smell the money.
And then walk outside, yeah?
Get out for a shit.
Guard moves.
You snappy.
So first diversion.
Yeah, I'm gonna win.
Then take the knife.
Like it's
Cut
on
the
my
rope.
side.
Get out for a shilling.
First fight starts. Fight starts. Thus, drawing the guard away.
It's my lucky day.
Yeah.
You snappy.
Think fast.
Watch sequence.
It's on my side.
And then build sequence. Right? Build or watch.
Look, you snappy.
And that's it? That's it. Then straight up stab a man. Could have been more subtle walking out the door.
I have to try and go around those.
Then comes the balance game. Because you're still using 2013 era Xbox 360 dual control stick minigames. Riveting. But at least it's to the point. It's not as drawn out as the laughable Mayan temple thing was. No guards down here. Open window. An open window. Wrong way, maybe?
Those must be the windows of the guarded rooms.
Cranes. We move the cranes around. And then leap from one to the next. Cool. And then just Wind Waker it. Allons-y. Q? Who goes for Q? Give me A. D? I'll take D. And nobody heard all the creaking going on outside. Now what have we got in here? Recently lit cigarettes?
They only left this room recently.
Or cigars? And 2 glasses. Hidden compartment for a Hanahuda table. Yeah? It's never Hanahuda.
A clever invention for hiding gambling items in the event of a police raid.
Hey, the hammer! Here's the accounting for October. All that, total... What's this? Space in the 2, so £1,000, 15 shillings.
The hammer. Jack Cole, I remember him from the raid 3 years ago.
Because nicknames are trademarked and nobody else is allowed to be called the hammer.
Doesn't look like a key from an ordinary door.
What is this? I somehow doubt that's a mechanized butterfly.
The man from the gambling room used the same card cheating accessory.
Okay. It's all aces. And not even enough different suites. Suits? So they might notice. Nothing else? There's a cupboard with a crack. So they must have gotten this very cheaply.
A crack? There might be something behind the cupboard.
Or that, or it's a mechanism. Mechanism for the key, yeah? Hey. That is very complex for a gambling den. Good guard. Would you mind if I step out? Oh, he's still there, so he won't let me.
The guard's still here.
Hold up. What was that? Oh, just a fire poker, and I can't take it. I do have to say though, so far the combat in this game is so much better than in Chapter 1.
Damn, I'm late. Left. It's evident that all of these items were stolen by Jack Cole's gang.
We have a bed in here.
It's the suitcase belonging to that fellow with the hair lip.
Got in a weird argument earlier today online, asking how Norwegians feel about religions. You dislike and oppose all religions, but most Norwegians find it an entirely private matter and won't care to bring it up. I mean, it's fine for people to not like it. Kind of a part of what somebody is, you know? If they have it, it's a part of them. If they don't, it's a part of them.
Our man. Most likely with his family.
Oh, he's got such a handsome family, too. After moving into our new home.
After moving into our new home.
But of course, since this man that we're chasing is of the lower classes, we don't get the choice to absolve him, do we? Just break up his family life. Butler's pawn shop. Lambeth Street.
Butler's pawn shop on Lambeth Street.
For 8 shillings.
This fellow pawned his belongings. He must be in great need of money. He apparently lives near this pawn shop.
Well, there you go then. He's a sympathetic fellow. He's doing this out of desperation.
No doubt these things were stolen. What's going on in there?
Oh, did they get attacked and there goes all the evidence? Oh no, not Oscar Wilde. And he's up and gotten himself killed. There's a meter for how badly he's being murdered. Let me through. I don't care if the guard is still here. Thank you.
Holmes! You sneaky bastard, I'll kill you!
He's enjoying himself. They weren't getting beaten up yet. Now he is. Chair, chair, chair. Ah! I thought it was just click chair.
Holmes!
Alright, sneaky bastard, I'll kill you. Yeah. That was a fender attack, right? Arm or overturn? Overturn. Hey, that's what I wanted. Then the bottle. To smash against the face. Then pull him. Take the hat. Take the hat. And then push him. Big boomstick. The hat then. Nicely done, random task. Now, flee. Again, much more fun than in Chapter 1. So what on earth is Mr. Not Oscar Wilde doing here? Wanting to play Holmes is one thing, but what led him to this bar? Oh no, it's a name, isn't it? He's American, it's part of his heritage. Did he come here just seeking a good drink? And didn't realize that this den is strictly anti-Holmes?
Who are you?
You are Alice, yeah? Listen, Holmes suspects something.
What are you talking about?
You must be more discreet. Your little game with his daughter.
No! Too soft, Holmes.
Oh, come on, Oscar!
You are Mr. Holmes. Why
Messing
on earth?
everything up,
You
even
see,
after I rescue him.
She recognized you. And I expected it. You must live the character. You see...
Now you go upstairs right away or I will drive you back to that pub, understood?
And there you are. You've got it.
Can we drop him back off in America?
All right. But seriously, you should take acting classes.
I know that you came here to avenge your father. You moved into my building, you've spied on me, and now you prepare your revenge through my own daughter.
Don't be such a fool. I adore your daughter. You see conspiracies in everything.
But
I have
it
good
might
reason
not be
to.
mutually
Perhaps you forget
exclusive.
what I do for a living.
How I pity you. You mistake sincerity for dishonesty.
Do you dare tell me that your presence here is accidental?
Obviously not. When the opportunity arose for me to meet you, then I came, but not with hatred, rather more with fascination. I had hoped to learn something about my father from you, some answers as to my identity, when, strangely enough, I find that you yourself are a riddle, even to your own daughter.
You shouldn't have involved my daughter in your sick problems. You're only confusing her.
It's over. She doesn't
Confusing
know it
her
yet, but
with
I'll be
these
leaving soon.
damnable
I've
pianos.
finished my business here, and you will never hear from me again.
Good. But you better speak to me directly. No being furtive.
I had no idea that you could show such a high level of indulgence towards the children of criminals.
You...
I'm going. Please, I beg you, do not spoil my last moments with Caitlin.
Whereas you get to spoil Caitlyn's relationship with her father? What have we got? Bunch of documents, archives for the police raid from 1892, a loot, pawn shop photograph, got a location for Lambeth Street. Find the house, find who's behind the attempt, but first, the raid. Through the door, please, thank you very much. So, raid to be when? 1892. So maybe in the newspapers, 1892? 92? Yeah, 92. Ijabu infantry defeated, Dalton gang, police raid on Westminster gang. Was it Westminster? A. The well-known private detective Sherlock Holmes, in collaboration with Scotland Yard, has carried out a raid on one of London's most dangerous and affluent street mobs, the Westminster gang. Regrettably, and as usual, the police attempt failed to operate smoothly. During the raid, one innocent person was gravely injured. The man's identity was revealed as Hagen Cole, apparently being the brother of the villain Jack Cole. Doctors are fighting for his life with little hope of success. The police did manage to arrest 3 of the gang members, but their leader, Jack Cole, was later released due to lack of solid evidence. It is said that the gang has strong political connections with certain influential people, including judges, politicians, and police officials. But true justice fears nothing. Or is that no longer the case?
Here it is.
Excuse me. And what clues have we assembled? Yet a homemade bomb. Orson spoke to reporters without Holmes's permission. Hold on. Orson burned one of the pages of the attacker's diary. Orson destroyed the analysis table. Orson looks exactly like Sherlock Holmes. Reporters didn't notice a substitution. Could it be Orson is actually the villain? Jack Cole is the owner of the Dragon Tavern. So the hair-lip man knows Jack Cole. The hair-lit man came to the tavern to meet Jack Cole after the attempt on my life. Jack the Hammer Cole's brother was seriously injured. So revenge, maybe? Injury to the homemade bomb? No. A split option. Orson is a fine actor. The reporters didn't notice that he was not Sherlock Holmes. Or Orson is obsessed with the idea of being Sherlock Holmes. He makes sure to dress and behave in the same manner as Holmes. I think he's an actor and an idiot who doesn't realize that life is not all the stage that he is a star of. Homemade bomb does not go to injury. Destroyed evidence and analysis table. Direct sabotage Orson. Deliberately destroy the analysis table and the attacker's evidence, or coincidence? He only wanted to help, but he's an idiot. What if I labeled these both as him being more malicious? He could be an actor who did it on purpose. Obsessed doesn't change anything. Obsessed and wanted to help. Homemade bomb doesn't connect. Tavern and the unexpected visit. What did bring him here anyway? Orson helped Holmes with a song in order that he visit the Green Dragon Tavern and be caught there. Could that be it? Did somebody set him up to play Holmes here and besmirch my name? Orson did everything he could to help Holmes, even assuming the role of the detective at the Green Dragon Tavern. Which makes no sense to me. So Orson helped us to show up and get caught. I don't know. He's just an actor. He's such a talented actor that it is not surprising that his efforts to be Sherlock Holmes lead him to dangerous and strange situations. Maybe he's practicing for his method acting? Let's make him sound more sinister. He's obsessed. Does it create anything? He's obsessed and he wants to help. That doesn't give us any more synaptic connections. Okay, that's all we have for now. Well, Miss Alice is the only one who recognizes us as Holmes in this, now that Orson has revealed our identity to her.
Oh my, I see you and Kate are...
But nobody else would recognize him, right?
It's a good thing that I came to help you at the tavern, Holmes.
Actually,
so he
I
did
would
come to
far
help.
rather you stop helping me.
I don't know, Wild. That sounds pretty sus to me. We never did talk to the reporters outside, did we? When he was talking to the reporters, so we might have missed out on a clue. Which could possibly mean needing to redo the entire chapter. Because so far we've been lucky and good and getting full evidence and full clues. Ask Lestrade to apprehend Jack Cole. Oh, can we? Scotland Yard? Could you pull him in for questioning? You gotta remember, there's a whole other neighborhood to load outside. There's nothing in it. So there's no point going outside but to feed a fetish towards more loading.
Mr. Holmes! You're
Oh,
still
you
alive.
recognize me. He's too
I
sharp.
can tell that that displeases you.
Oh, a faulty deduction for once.
What's this back button do? Just go away? To look around the office? His nasal phrenology? Okay, there's nothing here.
Due to the attempt made on my life, I would like you to apprehend Jack Cole.
All right, Mr. Holmes, we'll apprehend him immediately.
That easily? No evidence needed?
Inspector, the suspect has been apprehended.
There you
Dang,
are.
simple
He's all
enough.
yours. No need to thank me.
I thought there's gonna be like more of a process to it. An attempt on your life? Were you even there? Where's the proof? He's out of the morgue. Interrogation room? Holding cells, I suppose?
Please, escort this suspect for interrogation.
Now there's a process to it. You gotta ask for that first.
So, Jack the Hammer Cole, we meet again.
Why am I here?
Don't pretend that you don't know. You're a suspect in the case of an attempt made on my life.
Rubbish. Just like the old days, eh? Arresting me on suspicion. You've got nothing.
Oh no. How about the revenge for the trouble that I brought to your gang? And also your brother.
Don't you dare mention my brother.
Too late. Brother, brother, brother. So, he's an avid fisherman. He's got fish hook scars all over his face. There's a line across his nose. He wears glasses, made of barbed wire. A large chain, or a large crucifix. He's a good Christian fellow. A tattoo of cards, so he plays children's games. He's a family man. Ring with hammer. Masonic ring, or self-affected. I can't quite tell. I don't see like any compass with the hammer, but it's pretty dark at this angle. The fellow just answered your rebuttal, pointing out that you didn't say you were opposed to people, just religions. Oh, really? Oh, well, that's good then. When people online recognize, you know what, that was a bit hot-headed. I see your point now. I get it. Which is a pretty hard thing to say. You know, even I have to sometimes. Because, let's face it, we have had enough arguments online in our life that it's easy to make assumptions. But sometimes the best thing is just to say, you know what, you're right, I misread you. So cool on him for that. Jack. Considers himself a Norse pagan, huh? Is he actually Norse, or is this one of those, like, popular neo-paganism things that people on either side of the Atlantic might find rather trendy? Clenched fist injury, boxing, or at a fist fight? Maybe he trains. He's rather muscular. He could be a pugilist. He does have like a cut at his finger here. Bruising on his knuckles. I think it was a fist fight. 99% certain he's American. Imprecise character portrait. Could it be he actually was boxing? I did say the ring was self-affected, right? Jack Cole, leader of the Westminster Gang and owner of the illegal gambling room. His valuable possessions indicate he's a wealthy man, has a lifelong connection with fighting. He is a fist fighter, and a proud man who likes to boast about being the Hammer. Interrogate Jack the Hammer Cole and examine his belongings. What about that night? Well, first, you said don't mention your brother. Tell us about your brother.
Your brother was hurt. It was a regrettable accident. He was in the wrong place at the wrong time. I can hardly be blamed for that.
What? You bastard. You're the one responsible for him becoming a cripple. He was innocent. An accident, you say? Oh, I can't wait for the moment that you get whacked proper.
Quod erat demonstrandum.
That's your proof. If I wanted to kill you, you'd be dead already.
He might be telling the truth. But tell us about that night then.
Do you know what
did
happened at
meet
Baker
with a
Street?
bomber.
I do know, but I had nothing to do with it.
And where were you at the time?
I was at my tavern all night long.
I see.
And the hair-lipped man, surely he met with you?
I went to your place and I saw a man with a hair lip arriving to meet with you. What business do you have with him?
Business? He's a regular customer, that's all.
In your office? A regular customer in your office with the suitcase? With the loot case?
And what about the suitcase that your regular customer brought to you?
What? What are you talking about?
What suitcase? It is valuable loot. There's a photograph. Tab to browse evidence. The valuable loot was in the suitcase and he brought it to Jack Cole. In the secret room. Photograph. Was that in by the loot too?
Why, the suitcase full of stolen silverware that I found in your secret room?
What? How? You searched my room. It's not stolen. I often buy a lot of different things and sell them on after. It's all legal.
So your offense.
Oh, I believe you.
Norse stuff is culture, but no one takes it seriously. Have like 4 neo-pagans total. Sweden has 8 or 9. See, that's kind of what I mean, right? That religious stuff could also be like a cultural thing. Like, might not everyone in the culture have it, or the same one, but it does kind of form part of the background. Jack the Hammer Cole blames Sherlock for his brother's misfortunes due to the injury in the raid organized by yours truly. Cole's motive? It is a strong motive to kill Holmes. Revenge for his brother. Here's the thing though, that was ages back, wasn't it? That was like, what, 1892? So why wait all this time to attack me? And that's definitely the case with her. I think it's like as a reaction to conservative Christianity, people either grow up in it and then go away from it. Or, you know, everyone's got their exploratory phase. And they want to try something different. And so you end up with like lots of white Buddhists, lots of folks growing up in Ohio that suddenly decide that they are part of a pagan lineage that they have zero connection to. Like, what was it? There was those like popular screenshots of some white supremacists that wanted their wedding done in like Ireland in Celtic standards because they identified with like Celtic paganism, and they were really hyped to go to Ireland and get it done properly, you know, in a pure white ceremony and all that. And the response was like, we want nothing to do with you, you're nuts, go away. What else have we got? The homemade bomb and the visit. But that's got no connection that can be made to the bomb directly. Have a lot of blank spaces. I could imagine that you'd have to work pretty hard to get in trouble for religion. I mean, for most regular people world over, it's a thing, but it's not really a thing that's like going to be in any sort of difficulty for others unless you go out of your way to make it so. Most people are rather sensible. Where's the evidence room? Evidence? You might get some prejudices. Yeah, exactly, because the association to the racists in the US that use the trappings of it. He's got a knuckle duster and a pocket mirror. Or the hammer.
Personalized thuggery. How novel.
I think it's cute. He's really all in on his branding. Oh, cigarette box. Missing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, I don't know how many it holds.
Expensive cigarettes.
And that's all he's got, huh? There's not really all that much to pin him to me then. And nothing that adds to my evidence. Find the man's house then. The pawn shop is 5 lambeth, right? You rock to slay monsters and such. Enjoy Wither, have fun with it. Watch out for Zoogles. Okay, new street. Know where the pawn shop is, but not where the man himself lives. Have you seen the man with the hair lip? No? Okay. And you, gentlemen? This guy's dressed very nicely for this part of town. What brings you two here? Oh wait, never mind. He only looks nice from behind. Sir, you are going to get yourself stabbed in the back of a dark alley?
Our suspect with his family.
Oh, I see then. So we get to compare the house to the facades of the buildings here. Okay. So we're looking for what then? What appears to be attached housing with a lamp over the door frame. Wooden door, hinge to the right, and a stone frame. Looks pretty close. And there's a crack. Big old crack on the left. Big old crack on the left. There's windows here. Oh, there's no other buildings either. That's it. Short street. I guess that's that then. Only one who matches. The door's open. They're already dead. Hair lip, wife, and child.
Good day to you, madam.
Good day.
Oh, she's alive. So, she seems like a pleasant sort, got a soft smile to her, some smile lines, hint of a dimple or two, so she has experienced some good years, but bears the wrinkles of motherhood. She wears glasses that have been hastily repaired, just like teenage me's. Poor eyesight, or just an accessory? Nah. I don't think those are novelty fashion glasses. She drinks tea. And is a good Christian sort. What denomination? She the right kind or no? Saint? Or is that Jesus the Lamb? But covers the face. Clearly religious image. Whoop, battery low. There we go. Religious image. Cross, but it's got the cross piece across, so it's not Jehovah's Witness. Jehovah's Witness, in an effort to be different, just have torture stick because there's no proof the cross had a crossbeam. But Protestant, how can we tell? Is it because it's not a crucifix? Because they've also got... Is that a Marian figure? The Protestants don't really do Mary reverence though, do they? Religious image, Bible, Protestant, poor eyesight. Yeah? 100% complete. Jeremiah's mother is a religious woman of middle age. Who's Jeremiah? Have you given a name for the hair-lipped man before you met him? She lives a quiet life, seldom venturing outside. Her home contains religious pictures and symbols. She is short-sighted, and wears spectacles with strong lenses.
I'm here to see your son.
Jeremiah? He's not at home now.
Might I ask you a few questions about him? Perhaps we could speak inside.
I don't know who you are, sir, but I'll have to ask you to leave right away.
If I come back dressed as a priest... Yes, there is a priest outfit we can dress as. Disguise yourself to gain the trust of Jeremiah's mother. And I won't say exactly how to disguise yourself. The players gotta suss that out themselves. Cool, Cool. I was wondering what occasion would be appropriate to dress as a priest, and I guess now we know. Alright, so, to that the part. They said Protestant, but I don't know what denomination. Should I go more Calvinistic, more Methodist? The Society of Friends count? Just Anglican? Go Anglican on her? I don't know Anglican. It's what? Similar to Catholic, but more songs? More choir? There's more bells. Last time I was in England for a long while was in summer.
Whatever remains, no matter how improbable, must be the truth.
And must have been marriage season, because the bells are going off non-stop. Pastor outfit. And the makeup hat. Aw, can't loop around. Face disguised. But is it the right disguise? Yeah? I feel like that's too scruffy for Priestley. We should have like facial hair or no scruff and no in between. So we'll give him a nice long mustache. Cool.
First, I should speak with Wiggins. He's always on Baker Street.
Oh, alright then. Oh, is it gonna be another Wiggins chase thing? Better not be.
The game is over. Not a word. Into your clothes and...
Wiggins, hanging about outside my house, kind of stalker her son.
Wiggins, an exorcism. Protocol 2.5 on Lambeth Street.
Exorcism?
Yeah, you can count on us, Gov.
Is that code? Because I've seen no indication so far of demonic possession. Unless that means for road interference? Maybe to raise hell?
We're ready, Gov.
Okay, so, Wiggins, fill me in. Pretend I don't know the plan. What are we doing?
We're ready, Gov.
You're just ready? Okay. And the house is here.
Someone close the door.
What? Well, she's in.
I should find a way to attract the attention of Jeremiah's mother.
Oh, wait, so that's why I talked to Wiggins. Aw, game, you had me do it out of order. I would say you should have let me come back, then realize I must draw her out, and then get the kids to do the distraction, but given the low between areas. Alright. What have we got? We got, what here, bricks to throw? Is that poop? More rocks? Oh, I get to throw it. Okay. Too high? But let's give it... There. A little bit lower then. Really? That's too much? Yellow? Ish? Wow, really? Too high again. Don't feel comfortable going yellow, but if that's what they want. Too low. She has to hear all this. It's on her roof. That's right on the windowsill. The open windowsill. Too high. No? Did you hear that one?
Little rascal! Refrain from anger and forsake wrath. Fret not yourself, it tends only to evil.
Thank you, Father. You are so kind. Those brats are always causing trouble. Now, where are my manners? May I offer you a cup of tea as a small thank you?
I don't know if... God bless you, sister.
My name is Margaret
Well, that was quick.
Thorne. It is an honour
Just warp
that
inside.
God sent you to me.
You appear grieved, sister. Is it because of those children?
Oh, no. It is my son, Jeremiah. I fear that he is doing bad things, Father.
How bad?
Well, so what was the point of getting the kids over? If
He's
you're gonna
just
throw the rocks
become
yourselves.
nervous and angry and rude. And he used to be such a nice boy. These days he won't spend any time at all with us. Not even with Janet, his younger sister. He hides himself away inside his room and locks the door. And he won't open it for anyone.
His occupation? Thievery?
Where is your son?
I don't know where he is. He hasn't come back from last
Ah,
night.
he's dead.
I'm so worried.
They've
Perhaps his
gone
absence
and
is
silenced the
connected with
loose
his job.
ends.
Where does he work?
I don't know if he has a job, Father. I've asked him several times, but he just gets angry and won't speak.
Friends?
Perhaps Jeremiah is being poorly influenced by his friends.
I wouldn't know. He never mentions any friends. I am afraid that he could be possessed by the devil himself. He's changed so drastically lately.
Oh, is that where we're doing
He
exorcism?
won't tell me anything, and he flies into rages and shouts at me. I don't know what to do.
Search for the demon. Maybe means give us permission to search his room.
Don't distress yourself, sister. You were right to confess. Truly, I can feel an evil presence in this apartment.
The evil presence of poverty.
God.
Allow me to search for the demon in this house.
God bless you, Father.
In true social Darwinist fashion for the era, the evil is on your own head and house. It is your fault for being poverty-stricken, and thus all this naturally falls upon yourself. Oh.
Bookcase and books, possessed wood and words, expel your literary
Cute.
demons!
So, are the kids inside the house, or are they like next door or something? Guess they weaseled their way
Fire
in.
and flames, better for crumpets than foul-toothed demons. Begone and bring peace!
I see Holmes hasn't brushed up on his religious rituals as much as everything else.
Oh, Holy Spirit, save your pans from demons and poor musicianship!
I just realized WSAD is making the sign of the cross with my worsted. Oh, this she's gotta see. The window's right there.
Window frame! I must protect you from demonic pain!
Oh, no, there's vandalism, home. You better pay for this. Afterwards.
Oh, Father, please help us.
Is the door it? The last thing? Also, once again, if nothing else, they got good presentation.
Wooden door! Iron handle! Battle the demon! Unholy vandal!
Achievement, Exorcism 2.5.
Sister, you saw that the demon has taken shelter in Jeremiah's room. I should go there alone.
God save us.
Sister, wait for me outside. This fight will be a fierce one.
God help us. I'll do what you say.
So, was a kid inside this room, right at the door? The window's closed. I guess Mom's not here, is she? She left for safety? I can't help myself to sausage. Come on, Holmes, it's right there. Blame the demons.
Does he plan to escape from London?
Leaving his mom and sister behind? He wouldn't. What even is this? Rolled up poo?
It looks as though this letter was torn up in rage. I should
Oh,
reassemble the
puzzle.
fragments to read what was written.
Alright. Bottom pieces. So they connect magnetically. Hey, Jeremiah. 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 Nope. Jeremiah Toe. Just like to remind you that this world can be a cruel and unforgiving place. Especially for those who don't keep their promises to finish what they started. It'd be pretty rotten if someone you loved or cared for, such as your sister, ended up in a joy house, the Dart.
It appears that Jeremiah received a threatening letter from somebody known as the Dart.
Sherlock Holmes, master puzzle solver. Well, as long as it's not ancient Mayan, he's got a pretty good handle on it. Archives for the Dart. Threat to take Jeremiah's sister to the brothel, previously involved in a scandal in 1888. More for the archives.
The Dart. He was at the center of a notorious case from 1888.
And what have we here? The bomb-making kit. So he is directly involved, but he's being coerced to protect his
This
sister.
is probably Janet, Jeremiah's sister.
It's the Dart that you have to worry about.
A schematic for a homemade bomb.
Lucky he didn't blow his own house up. Was it done here?
One of the solenoids for creating a bomb. This is evidence enough to put Jeremiah behind bars.
Yeah, but let's go easy on Jeremiah. He was coerced into this.
It's over. The demon is defeated.
Oh, thank you. Bless you, Father.
Turns out
Pray for
demons
Jeremiah's soul
really hate
and
puzzles.
give thanks, sister. Goodbye.
Lord be praised. Goodbye.
So, more clues. Threats to the homemade bombs? Oh, come on, those threats are valuable. Homemade bomb. Simple material, a dry cell, alarm clock, solenoid, and explosive. And Jeremiah has those components. Ergo, Jeremiah is a bomb maker and possibly bomber. Handmade by Jeremiah. Jeremiah is the man who did the bomb. The person whom we saw in the tavern, and the person who made the attempt on Holmes's life. What's visitor again? That he visited Jack Cole. So, Jeremiah visited Jack the Hammer Cole to discuss the attempted assassination of Sherlock Holmes and to discuss the next stage of the plan. Nah, it's for the stolen items. He only brought the suitcase with stolen items to sell. That's the Hammer's business. The Hammer's business is fencing stolen goods cheaply to make a profit for himself. It's this Dart we gotta worry about. Dart and Hammer. Anybody outside? Ambush? No ambush? Neither ambush nor Wumbu? Okay, let's go then. We got archives to do. Archives for the Dart in when again? 1888. And then bother Scotland Yard to pull him in. Just collect all the criminals to investigate. So should be newspaper records again. And probably change my clothes since no point being priest anymore.
There is nothing more deceptive than an obvious fact.
What are you quoting there, Oswald?
Stay here, don't move.
Keep having to remind him. And where's Watson? Where even is my Watson? He's always got some prior engagement. He's gonna be so pissed when he finds out that the whole alchemy set is all ruined.
Sherlock Holmes, it is my business to know what other...
Weak disguise. Cause no disguise. It's still asking me to disguise, but I don't see any reason to just yet. Bit chilly, we'll take the overcoat. So, 1886 is it? 1888. 1888 for the Dart. Match Girl Strike, Jack the Ripper, the Dart in prison. Sensation! Sherlock Holmes and Scotland Yard have caught the famous Walworth gang leader, Percy the Dart Fleming. The Walworth gang were involved in criminal activities, including extortion in addition to operating several brothels, the most famous of which being London's White Swan. The police raid has created significant financial difficulties for the gang. The judge has found the Dart guilty and has sentenced him to 7 years in prison. So the Dart actually did end up behind bars for a while. Caught by Sherlock Holmes, that's also motive.
Here it is.
But then again, somebody could be using the Dart as a cover. I don't know, I keep thinking that, right? That somebody else could know about some element that is associated with some other suspect. And so maybe they're hiding their own crimes off of somebody else's notable history or materials, but it never ends up being that way. Okay, Lestrade, could you apprehend Percy too? Or chums? For old time's sake? What was it that said that Lestrade actually respects Holmes? One of these things said. Was it Wilde, was it? Was it Alice? No. Either way, he secretly likes us, so it could pull more favors. Apprehend Percy, please. Just get everyone we asked for in there.
Lestrade, I have a suspect in our case. It's Percy Fleming. Can you apprehend him?
I'll give the order to the constables.
No begging, no pulling strings, just can you
Inspector,
please?
we have the second suspect for you.
Now, just admit that Scotland Yard is looking after you well, eh?
We'll be sure to tell the
I'll be a
reporters.
little used to you dead.
So, where are his evidences? Can we look through his stuff first? He's got a cane, a coin, a notepad, a V button with an image of something bacchanal on the back.
A spintria, used in the brothels of ancient Rome.
Ah. It's in code.
It looks like encrypted records.
Or Dutch. Okay, Kane, what's your mechanism?
Well, that's rather tasteless.
No mechanism? We can't determine if there's like a gun or a sword inside of it? New evidence? Search the archives for the hidden code? And ask the dart about the threat to Jeremiah? Get Percy
What's
in.
the reason for my arrest?
Oh, there's
This
Percy.
is an
Please, escort this suspect for interrogation. A good day to you, Percy the Dart Fleming.
Huh. It's the flopper.
Flopper. You're aware of what happened at Baker Street the other night. I'd say I'm a little luckier than that.
Well, I don't give a fig.
Okay, so what kind of guy is he? Clearly, he lacks a father figure because he severely cut himself shaving. Gang warfare or beaten in childhood. For a scar like this that runs from the bulb of his ear halfway down his cheek, I don't think that's a belt. That's gang warfare. This guy gets his hands dirty. Handkerchief for fashion or unwell? It could be both, but it is fashionable to have the handkerchief there in your pocket. To the point where these days, if you get a nice suit, you might have one of these that's just a top bit and like a card to fit, or this pocket is fake, and you have the top bit sewn in. It's fashion, it matches the shirt. More buttons, elaborate, expensive, and eccentric clothes. Tattoo. Westgate Prison, or ordinary. No, you see what this is, right? It's a castle tower, right? With a W. This denotes his fellowship in the Watchtower Society, and he is actually a Jehovah's Witness. And lots of rings. What's this say? Monsters, Perry's. Oh, it's got a cat. Is that a cat? I think that's a cat that's cute. He's got an adorable cat tattoo. Numerous rings, ostentatious. Am I wrong? Perfectly complete. Percy Fleming, the Dart, is the leader of the Walworth gang, and owner of several brothels. Fleming's business is going well. He is an affluent man. Fleming is fashionable and eccentric, and takes care of himself. The scar on his face bears witness to his participation in gang warfare. The Dart spent 7 years in Westgate Prison, and was only recently released. Recently released. So unlike the Hammer, who does have some reason to hate me, why wait years upon years upon years to get your revenge on me, whereas this fellow just got out? And so the first thing you do is get your hands on the man who put you behind bars. It's Percy.
What were you doing 2 nights ago around 1 a.m.?
I was at the White Swan.
The White Swan? The brothel that you own? That can't be counted as an alibi.
What do I need an alibi for?
Jeremiah, Jack Cole, or the note? Jack Cole's got nothing to do with you, so tell me about him.
Do you have any business with Jack the Hammer Cole?
I have. He sometimes provides my business with girls. But he's stupid. A hot-headed clown. Yeah, I'd be worried about him if I were you.
Yes.
Is that a threat?
He told me what you did to his brother, and...
Oh.
Well, let's just say he hates you.
You're putting suspicion on him. You're already trying to steer my thinking. Tell me about Jeremiah.
Does the name Jeremiah ring any bells with you?
It's the first time I've heard it.
Really? In your entire life? But you have threatened Jeremiah. We got the notes, we got the receipts.
How about this threatening letter that bears your name?
Oh, I remember now. A threat? Come on. Just a reminder for him to pay his debts. It's just a small one, and it's a matter of principle.
A debt
How'd you
paid
know?
with explosives.
Ah, he's always coming around begging for odd jobs. but he just talks rubbish. He's off his head.
And the note that you have denied.
What's this note?
Oh, that note, the
I don't know.
notepad.
It was among your belongings.
So what?
Couldn't deny it. Alright. Maybe you should check the archives first, decode it, and then ask him about it. Probably can. Could always come back. So archives for the decryption. Percy's testimony. Jeremiah often begged for odd jobs. And you've just gotten out, and here's this guy who you think so little of, begging for work. You're like, alright. You drive a truck? Jack and Percy business. We could ask the Hammer the business he has.
Please, escort...
Relationship with Percy?
Tell me about the business that you have with Percy Fleming.
What? I don't have any business with him.
No? Oh. Oh, you supply girls to his institution. He's confessed.
Well, he's a liar.
Well, that's
Boy,
that then.
Why did you tell them I supply girls to your brothel?
Eh? What are you talking about?
I mean, that's a confession right there. Why'd you tell him? Alright, well, let's go back to Baker Street then. Takes a bit to load. But there's not much to load, is there, since there's only a few discrete things in each area. Prettiness, maybe? Gotta take the time to make everything look pretty. Encrypted records. So you'd be leftmost bookshelf for... You're crossed off.
The text is encrypted. If it's Caesar's shift code, it might be
If it's
easily
Caesar's shift
deciphered.
code, because everyone knows Caesar's shift code. Okay, so... Oh, they have it staggered. So it's not directly one letter under one letter. Alright, so let's say if it's this one, right? Then we got BWJ, which is JS. So no, that's a no. Oh, is it translated directly? Jack
Elementary.
Nichols, Jeremiah Thorne, 95 pounds. Gerard Barker.
It's a notebook filled with debts. And Jeremiah's name
95
is
whole
on the
pounds.
list.
Oh, that is a lot in this day and age.
Get into the cab, quickly!
Mr. Wilde again, what are you doing? And off he goes. Well, he's dead. Do we get to play the cab driver now? Chasing. In a high-speed chase in the streets of cobblestone London. No, it's automatic. But where's this then? Darkness now?
I should
So
find
long
a way
cab
to get
ride?
inside.
Reading? This is Reading Abbey? So what have we got? Got a spinny camera that doesn't want to behave. A spinny camera that really doesn't want to behave. So, what is it telling me to open T here for? What am I analyzing? Nothing. But wow, the lag spikes here. To see people wandering around. Whoop, whoop, whoop. You don't see nothing. Could he go inside? Oh, it's a fake metal door. And then knock him out. Judo chop! Oh, there's more dudes out there. Hold on, where is the music for Ocarina of Time? Sneaking through the castle gardens. Castle courtyard. 10 hours. High quality. There we go. Oh, I gotta wait for it to come back and then go around again. I see that. At least everyone in London has poor eyesight. Is that a note? Oh, just papers. It's not where I came from, is it? I think this might be where I came from. No? It's all the fog. I suppose it might be. Could I go to the gate? There's a gate right there. Which seems pretty important.
It's closed.
Ah, of course it's closed. Is there no way through? Could I just jump the fence? It's defenseless. Whoops. Spotted, spotted, spotted. Okay, so you can be seen.
Something moved.
And then he goes back, right? Then just follow him.
Huh?
Follow him as he returns to his route. Or he's broken. He's broken! Can he not move from that spot? So, what if I wait for this guy to turn around and leave? And I just run over this way. Ah, Zoku, puns are meant to be heard. It is a natural habitat of them. I have neutralized one of the obstacles. Oh, somebody else.
I heard something.
And now he's out of the way, thank you very much. Oh, that he comes back. Where do you go? Okay, then you turn around, so let me get out of here. Deuces. What is this? A Mayan dagger?
An ancient Indian ritual knife, tuning.
Huh.
I think I'll keep it for Lestrade.
Was that just a prop for the previous case?
I heard some.
Yep. Spotted. Ah, God. That sounded like gunshots. Where am I? Is this all the way back to the beginning? I think this is all the way back to the beginning. Riveting. The thrilling experience of being Sherlock Holmes. Isn't it great? It's a fitting mood. It makes it more fun. Wait a minute, is this the same song as Sneaking Through the Sub-Rosaries in Oracle of Seasons? It might be, actually. Hold on. Is it the same, or am I misremembering? Might be a different song. Ah well. Can't be bothered to look it up. You've never actually finished OOT? Oh, that's alright.
I heard something.
It's an alright game, but it's very...
Something moved.
first 3D game mood, you know? A bit of awkwardness with verticality and whatnot. So discovering how to make 3D game for Zeldas. Immediately replaced by Majora's Mask for much improved. But Wind Waker, even better. Could I skip him? Just run right by? Ooh. And follow this gentleman out. You know what? There is a side of gunshot, but these guys aren't holding guns.
Stop! Intruder!
So I'm not gonna count that. That's an alarm shot. That's like a flare or something. And the music really does make these repetitions a lot more fun. It's more whimsical, so it doesn't hurt as much that they gotta repeat. Don't turn around. Good boy. It's definitely a blessing that the 10-hour version was the second one on the list.
I heard something. That was nothing.
Too many eyeballs.
Something.
What? No, you didn't see me. You're all the way over there. Alright, just gonna rush through. Before this fellow sees me.
Something moved.
Then he turns around right then. Oh, come on. You saw no one. But that works out. If you don't turn around. If you don't turn around! Double caught sign. Time is it? 2:33?
I heard something.
I feel like this might be described as padding, more than puzzling.
It's nothing.
Slowly sussing out the speed tech. No, that's visible. He's gonna see me. Nobody here but us trees.
Something moved.
I will grant it this though. This is at least better than the weird Mayan temple
I
thing.
heard something. Something moved.
Oh, that's not fair. Did it catch me the last time I ran through? Electrons flying through randomly.
Something moved.
Okay, so don't try to hide behind the tree. There is no behind the tree. At least these can be skipped, but then it guilts you. Do you really want to? Where do you go? You go this way? Then I go around here because they're gonna come back and around. Good man. Quick, sweet, and easy.
An ancient Indian ritual knife, too.
The exit was right here. I was so close to the end. Then follow the river. No balance minigame. 10 points for odd wares. 10 points. Then straight in, or are there effects on the outside? There's a carriage. With a stain of blood. Oscar's dead. Fresh. And scratches, he's a werewolf. And signs of violence.
There was a fight here. Orson attempted to resist, but someone or something convinced him otherwise.
Scaffolding can't go up. Nothing else? Oh, there's more. So, is this where gonna be locked? Can we unlock this door for easy leaving? We can't unlock it.
It's shut.
Natch. Wait, is that blood on the gravestone? Nah, just dirt. What about the horse? What have you seen? What could you tell us? He says nay. Oh, is this more sneaking? Oh, this is gonna be more sneaking, isn't it? All the way through all this. Okay, you know what? This is too dark for me. Options, gamma. 34? I thought I had up to like 50 or so yesterday, didn't I? No, I was thinking about the mouse settings. Because that's way too washed out. My options are blind or blinding. There we go. Ah, you see, Zoku, with the music. The music makes anybody into a Sam Fisher. What? How'd you hear that? He's drawn away, but not for long enough. The music and ample reloading. Just knock him out, Holmes. Just one good hit to the back of the neck. If you could have Indiana Jones style temple traps in Guatemala, then you could have judo chops to the back of the neck for the goons.
That was nothing.
No, it's a dead end. No, up you go. Good. Good. No more sneaking around. So what's all this then? Could I knock him out? Hitman style? Oh, not good. There's no place else to go up here. Came from down there. And I want to go all the way up there, don't I? And not this way? At least he's gone. That's the locked door from before. We can't use any of these bottles to cause distractions. I think I might see what's intended, because he's gonna turn around our way and then see me, right? No? No, that's pretty much right away. To think, if this is chapter 1, we'd have to do a shootout with all these guys. A shootout where you get penalized if you shoot somebody. If you shoot somebody fatally, only allowed non-fatal shootings. Don't turn around, don't turn around, don't turn
The sound of the
around.
gong will attract the guards. I need to be careful.
Gong, then up. Okay. Just the rats. Just very, very big rats. And they're all together? Cool. Long gone then. Because that should be all the sneakin' achievement, Agent 221B.
Hey! But what?
No! You've gone and killed Jeremiah, how could you? He was coerced, that's not acting. That's acting. Acting all shocked. So Jeremiah thought he was Holmes. I don't think that Wad was involved. All that just to lose my primary informant as a reward? He could have told us so much. Maybe I should pin everything on Wild. as retaliation. Destroys the letter, destroys the chemistry lab, burst into the pub. What else has he done? This stabs my next big lead.
Lestrade, I'm glad you're here.
Oh wow, sudden leg spike.
What's happened, Mr. Holmes?
We've come from the abandoned St. Patrick's Abbey. I uncovered a gang of armed bandits there who did their best to kill me.
I don't think this game likes being all tapped out and
Again?
back in all the time.
I'll send our best team to arrest them.
I doubt that you'll find anyone left, but if you hurry up, you might just find the spoils left over.
I see.
And I'd be very grateful if you could
That was
keep an
rough.
eye on Mr. Wilde here.
But Holmes...
Then a little bit more jaggy jag. So, a game that doesn't play very nice with too many alt tab in and out then.
Please, sir, release my son.
How's my memory looking? Because it was kind of acting up yesterday after too much. Task Manager, 80% memory split between Firefox and this game alone. Alright, so goodbye Firefox. %90 memory as Firefox breathed its last. Then there, 40, 42. There we go. Much less jumpy. Holmes no longer has to speak with the bowels of hell. So, new suspect, what on earth is all that?
Wilde, please try to remember.
Yeah, the slightest detail, etc. Well, apart from the smell of those bandits who kidnapped me, yeah, nothing special. And this Jeremiah was spending his time complaining about working for the fart.
I think you mean the dog.
Yeah, whatever. Jeremiah said that they should all wait till the fart was released. Makes no sense, right?
I was aiming for the dart, but I could no longer trust anything that Wilde says. Going from obsessively playing the part of the great detective to pretending he's mishearing dart is fart.
Release my son.
If it wasn't for the signs of struggle inside the carriage, I would think that he's way more involved than he's letting on. Testimonial? Jeremiah had spoken of working for Percy the Dart Fleming? But what if he's lying? Orson and Jeremiah? They were both at the Abbey. Orson's testimony that Jeremiah works for the Percy the Dart Fleming sounds trustworthy. Or he is lying about the dart to lead us on the wrong path. I don't trust this guy anymore! Jeremiah's death. Orson and Jeremiah were there together. Murder or fright. Feared for his life and killed in self-defense. That felt intentional. That really felt intentional. He waited until he saw Holmes to do the stabbing. Orson concealed all traces of the crime. He most certainly did. But on purpose? Or because he is a buffoon? Orson Wilde is guilty? What would be his casus belli though? Does he want me dead to become me? He's obsessed with the idea of being Sherlock Holmes, hired Jeremiah to kill Holmes, with the intention of taking over his persona. When the plan failed, Orson Wilde killed Jeremiah as an unnecessary witness. Condemn him as a cold-blooded murderer who should not hesitate to sacrifice lives in order to achieve his twisted goals? Or absolve him. He's suffering from dissociative identity disorder and believes that he is Sherlock Holmes. Send him to the hospital for appropriate treatment. He cannot be held responsible for his crimes. He's only murdered how many people? Tried to bomb me? No, I don't think so. Though him really laying it thick on the dart is making me doubt my own feelings on the dart being the culprit. There were debts and threats. So Jeremiah was indebted to Fleming. It's possible that Percy the Dart Fleming used Jeremiah for his dirty work because of the latter's debts and no longer needs the money back. No longer needs the money back, but 95 pounds or whatever to be held over a poor guy's head, and threatening to send the sister to the not-so-nice workhouses for women. It does feel like the Dart had full control on Jeremiah. That connection is there. It could be that Jeremiah was selling stolen stuff to the Hammer to try to pay off his debt to the Dart and not have to do the dirty work. It's the reason for the blackmail, but it also gives you a useful disposable tool. He doesn't need the money, right? Business is good. Business is amazing. He's not lacking for cash himself. Money, after all, is power. And Orson maybe is simply a terrible idiot. What are the connections? Income problems. The Dart suffered financial problems after his arrest. He mighta, but he's still doing fine. He's got lots of cash. His clothes are great. He's got his brothel still. The brothels still bring in lots and lots of money. Percy the Dart Fleming has strong motive to kill Sherlock Holmes. Wants revenge due to his long prison spell and resulting financial problems. That's what I think. Percy Fleming is guilty? Guilty of attempt on Holmes's life. Wanted revenge after 7 years in prison and resulting financial problems. Jeremiah is his accomplice. More like his pawn. Forced Jeremiah to do his dirty work and threatened to send Jeremiah's sister to the brothel if he disobeyed. He deserves a heavy prison sentence. He just got out. Send him back in. Or absolve him. It was Jeremiah who offered to kill Holmes for Percy Fleming. Played on Percy's ego in order that his debt be written off. Percy was merely manipulated and should not be sent to prison. Well, he still allowed it. Still condemn him. It kind of feels like Percy is the right answer, or the correct one. But Wilde would be the wild card, and the twist. Orson lying about the Dart? Uh-oh. The game's froze. The game crashed! Aww. I guess all that memory leakage was still too much. Even closing Firefox didn't help. Well, at least it does have a robust autosave system. You don't get to save yourself, but it pretty much saves after every important part. So while the game comes out to life, I'm going to take a BRB. Unable to sync my files for Sherlock Holmes and Devil's Daughter with the Steam Cloud? What, because it just crashed? Come on, where is it, There you go. Okay, well the game comes out to life. I'm gonna go pee. So, see you folks in a few minutes. No, thankfully no, Zoku, we are not going to have to sneak again. It autosaves after everything important, so we could probably go back to that checkpoint if we choose to load. But No, 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 no. It should be back in Scotland Yard. And so now for real, gotta be back. Let that load on out. Alright. Much, much better. So, what are we doing in here? We've already spoken? Mason, do close the door.
Mr. Holmes, can we go home?
The wall's already paper thin as it is. You don't have to leave. Alright. So, we've got everything else, right? Control, the truth, Fleming's motive. And have found and utilized all clues in the case. Which means now it's time to form a conclusion. We could peg Orson Wilde, Percy. But could also, if he wanted to stage it the right way, blame the hammer instead? If Orson's lying about the dart, but why would he? That would mean that he's working with the hammer. And so, none of this stuff would have to contradict this, would it? Is there an Orson was helping the hammer option? What if we have two? What if we have two embryos forming? So Orson cannot kill Jeremiah on purpose for this to be true. And this is only for Orson wanting to become me. Jack? Revenge on Sherlock Holmes? His brother was accidentally injured and crippled during a police raid organized by Holmes? He's a bandit, a danger to society. There is no one to blame for his brother's ill fortune, but Jack Cole still chose to seek out his revenge. His place is prison. Or he loves his brother and is unable to accept his fate. But that was years ago. Not exactly that was years ago, so who cares if that was years ago, so if he wanted his revenge? And if making the bomb was this easy, why wait all this time? He's got the motive. Hey, Wither! My belief is that it's Percy. But the game is really pushing the possibility that it is Orson Wilde, the actor who wishes to be me. Wither did it? Oh man, he's confessed. He's confessed in everything, but I don't have the evidence to pin it on him. There's a few other possibilities. Oh, that's just for the for that one, isn't it? Sadly, Frogwares did not account for the possibility that it was a pleasant Norwegian who did the crime as a wild card. I'm gonna try for Fleming, because I think it's Fleming. Much like the hammer, he had motive, but unlike the hammer, the sting is still recent, and he's got this Jeremiah person with pressure that he could put control on to give him some cheap bomb-making tools and go take care of Holmesies. That's what I'm thinking. And so lock him up. I don't think Jeremiah was a mastermind. I think Jeremiah was struggling and frightened and did turn to thievery with the hammer to try to pay off his debt to the dart. But I don't think he's a mastermind. I think this is all Percy Fleming, who, after just getting out, wants to get back at Holmes. He's got the motive, he's got the means, he's got a time-sensitive motive. You did it completely randomly. You have no familiarity or relationship with the victim and have no motive beyond being a sociopath and wanting to murder someone. P.S. Who died? Well, Holmes almost did. Holmes was the target, but he survived after blowing himself up 6 times to learn how bombs work. But Jeremiah the bomb maker eventually did die, stabbed by the actor who might have done it on purpose to hide evidence. Or in fright. It could be he's just a really idiotic method actor. Or it could be that he is a surprise twist killer. I'm gonna go with the person the evidence all goes for, because all the evidence does point towards Fleming. And it's only when Orson starts acting weird that suddenly you're second guessing it. So was Fleming right?
Percy Fleming, you are charged with conspiracy to murder.
What?
You used Jeremiah Thorne in your little game because you didn't want your hands dirtied.
You're lying.
Jeremiah spoke to me before he died of how you ordered him to throw the bomb and, after its failure, to abduct me.
No.
He said all that?
I don't know what you're talking about.
Shut up. I think that it's perfect.
We just made that up.
Attacking Mr. Sherlock Holmes is one of the quickest ways to be hanged.
No. You can't do that. I'm an innocent man.
Constable, take him back to the cell.
I think he's saying the truth. I think it is Orson. Conclusion is wrong, right? No, the conclusion's correct. Green is good. So I did get the right man then. Alright, so what happens if I do go with Orson? So Orson is really just a red herring then, huh? To confuse you and make you think, hey wait, but what if? Alright. Already used all the evidence. I just want to see what happens if I condemn Orson. Not to a sanitarium, but to death. As punishment for mucking up the
Mr.
case
Holmes, I'm
so
grateful
much.
to you for the opportunity to experience all of these superb sights and smells of criminal life. But I think I've had enough now.
What was the reason for Jeremiah Thorne's death?
Are you joking? Put your deductive skills to work. Self-defense, my dear Watson.
That's quite enough, Wilde. I know that you were guilty of the attempt made on my life and of the murder of Jeremiah Thorne.
Holmes, you're my best friend.
Are we?
Why are you doing this?
Oh, stop all this. The case is solved.
You came to my house for the sole purpose of taking my life. In addition, you hired Jeremiah to do your dirty work, And when you realize his failure, you murdered him to conceal any traces of the crime.
There's no chance of you avoiding the gallows.
Gallows? Absolutely not. That would mess up my hair.
See, he's just a buffoon, that's all he is. That's incorrect, that cannot be correct. See, that's wrong. Especially since, if Jeremiah and Orson were just like collaborating, then why the big struggle at the carriage? Breaking the window, getting blood and scratches everywhere, that was sincere. That does confirm that my initial suspicion of the dart is correct. So Orson is just doing everything he can to further muck up the case, either directly by destroying evidence, or by obfuscating in his testimony. You're like, no man, I could for sure kill someone, but I don't feel like going to prison and shit. And it sounds like a lot of work. I mean, kinda, the consequence is severe. And it is a whole lot of work. Plus the whole societal thing where someone who's condemned once is condemned twice, the prison sentence, and the stigma and everything else of the rest of his life that closes pretty much every single door. Unless you have lots of people taking care of you. To the gallows for Percy again.
Percy Fleming, you are charged with conspiracy to murder.
What?
You used Jeremiah Thorne in your little game because you didn't want your hands dirtied.
You're lying.
Jeremiah spoke to me before he died of how you ordered him to throw the bomb and, after its failure, to abduct me.
See, that's still fake though. We never got to speak to Jeremiah.
Shut up. I think that it's perfectly clear.
The evidence spoke,
Attacking Mr.
but
Sherlock
Jeremiah never got the
Holmes is
chance
one of
to.
the quickest ways to be hanged.
No, you can't do that. I'm an innocent man.
Constable, take him back to the cells.
Rehabilitating prisoners, Wither? How disgusting. What you should do is put them into an abusive environment and then pay them like pennies if they agree to do work around the labor camp in order to afford like sub-basic medical care and creature comforts. Now that's rehabilitation. Accept the decision to send Percy Fleming back in. Chain reaction, and this is going to be the very last case, I think, for this game. Which means what? We just started yesterday, too. And even with the power going out for like half a second and knocking out the internet,
You simply have
quick
to face
game.
up to it. You need to have a serious discussion with Kate about her origins.
I can't.
No more excuses. She will learn soon enough that Alice is leaving. This other hidden secret. She will not forgive you.
She does not need to know why.
No? So she will blame you for Alice's departure. Is that what you want?
It's Great Case Attorney all over
I
again.
certainly... It's as Kate said, I always do the wrong thing where she's concerned.
Now look here. I'll take care of your case once we're back at Baker Street.
Your case.
Cabby,
Take care
why
of
have we
your
stopped?
case.
The road to the square is blocked, sir.
Why?
There's been a bad road accident.
Oh.
Splendid.
Thought ambush. Oh, it's... Ooh. Bad accident, nothing.
We'd better hurry. There may be injured who need help.
But oh yeah, slavery has definitely not gone away, which is why it's funny when like NGOs that track slavery rank the US way low, because somebody's got to be putting pressure on them for that to happen, because it's pretty much not even a secret. It's pretty open that so many of our industries do rely on slave labor. Bonded labor especially, where we pull people in, take their visas, and have them pay off their right to be here. The food industry, from farms to food processing to everything, especially, is all about it.
He has stopped breathing. There's no heartbeat.
We're John now. We haven't been John in ages.
His pupils are constricted, but they are moving. He is still alive. I must act quickly to save him.
Wait, he's still alive. Okay. It's... oh, this minigame again. just not being as picky as it was for the hammer. But a bump, bump, bump. Another one bites the dust.
Thank goodness. This man will live.
I don't know, John. I didn't hear the sternum break. You gotta break the sternum to be sure.
Don't just stand there. Do something.
Oh, there's more people dying. Are those like time limits on everyone? That quick to save people from dying? What do I do? What do I
Please
do?
move to a safer area, sir.
Push him! Push him! Oh man, I gotta save everybody.
I would have died if not for you.
No visible wounds. Not injured? He's crushed. His legs are crushed. Is that a stick? Solid metal body, heavy weight. So we need a fulcrum and a lever. Fulcrum. Lever. Lever. And so then take it, man. Get the stick. There's still 8 people to save.
I need help.
I assume the plan is to go for those with an actual depleting circle. Trap legs under the horse, but his bleeding will stop naturally, so he could eat his way out. Scaffolding on the horse. Bone saw. Cut the horse. Oh, cut the horse's neck off. Oh, to cut the scaffolds. Staying alive could work, but so could another one bites the dust. They got the same BPM, or similar enough. Okay, that's 3 folks.
Thanks for your help.
0 deaths. Who else is here? Oh, don't tell me people are dying. 1 death! Oh, don't you dare! No! Ugh! You know what this means, right? We gotta see the cutscene all over again. If I continue, where exactly does it continue? There's nothing that says it has to be perfect, but darn it.
Host, don't just stand there. Do something.
Quickly, quickly. Move, you idiots! You know, this series really doesn't like inputs.
Please, I would have died if not
Never
for
go to
you.
the button before it's ready. Can we just go for the fulcrum and the lever? Gotta finish all observations? Hold on. I think I saw the depleting health bar on the inside. Because if so, that guy's going way quick. Yes, he is. Requires evacuation. How's the bathroom gonna help him now? Bucket. Short-term heat protection. Alright, so then bucket to toss on him, right? Oh, for Holmes. Okay, then in you go. Get him out of there. Are we sure this is frogwares and not quantum dreams or something? A triage failure, sure, but you look around and you see little green dots around everywhere. Didn't see him because you weren't close enough. This guy's invisible.
So much.
Because you see, you do have people. Unconscious passenger, evacuation. So just open the door then. It's glass. Just break the glass open and pull. Hatchet. Is it going to be hatchet for the glass or hatchet for the door? Or the hinges? Hatch the hinges? Okay. Any day now, Holmes. As everybody else is pleading when this goes on. Basically, Sholmes has to be Superman with supervision to know that guy was in there in the first place.
Over here.
Okay. Everybody else is mostly alright. Nobody dead.
Oh, thank you for saving me.
This guy's almost dead though. He's a horse guy, right? Horse guy who's lightly bleeding. So he's not even in any serious danger, he's trapped. Maybe the horse is set to explode, so I gotta get him out of there. Where's that hacksaw? They call it a hacksaw, but it doesn't hack. Four people left. See, I thought I was gonna be sawing the horse. There's one.
I need help.
2, 3. Where's number 4? This guy's a bit more injured. Broken spine, cranial hemorrhaging. Examine, don't wake him up yet.
There are no wounds or injuries.
But his neck. What about his neck? Really? Just wake him up? You've just broken his neck. He's dead now.
Watson.
Watson? Where's Holmes? I don't see any. There they are. You've broken his neck. He's dead, man.
I see no visible injuries.
And so? Just wake him up? If it didn't work for Holmes, it's not gonna work for you.
Use ammonia.
Do we have ammonia? Use ammonia. Okay, there's no trying to find in somebody else's luggage or anything. Alright, then everybody else.
Don't worry, I'm okay.
It was all perfectly fine.
Oh, my shoulder.
I'd better call for Watson.
Really? He's fine though, he said so himself.
Please help me. My leg.
My name is Dr. Watson. Let me examine you.
You're a member of first aid course, scenario training, the person's unconscious, and you see marks around the neck. And he's in an awkward position. I mean, being conscientious of a broken neck is a good concern. But... mark around the neck. I mean, it's possible. Might check for the things first. Bone integrity. Point of injury.
It hurts.
Okay, so
There's
it
some
hurts.
extreme bruising.
So the bone's broken, right?
No bones appear to be broken. I think that an improvised bandage will do for now.
He's got
One
X-ray
moment,
vision!
and I'll fetch
John
what I
Watson
need.
is Superman!
Now, let me apply the bandage.
Oh, Splint, he means. Yeah, it is important to know. Is your patient even alive? Especially in an emergency situation.
Thank you, Doctor.
Can't exactly be treating the dead. Respectful as it is. Okay, where's Holmes? There he is. With all this junk in the way.
Oh, my shoulder.
I'm a doctor. Will you allow me to look at your shoulder?
No, Wither. The first correct answer is... the scene is safe! Then you go down the list. Gently rotate the injured arm to find the best what? No, come back! The best spot with lesser tension to mend the dislocated shoulder. Oh, we gotta twist his shoulder to place. Gently rotate the arm to find the best spot. Okay, how's that? That's pretty good, right? A lot more pain. Minimal pain. Okay, we can't do this painlessly, but we can minimize it. And then just pop that sucker back in.
Thank you for your help.
Yay, that's everyone. And just this once, John.
Holmes,
Everybody
it appears
lives.
the police have arrested someone. Perhaps it is the person responsible for this disaster.
Did it perfectly the one time it came up? Ouch. I still wouldn't trust myself.
What do you make of this accident, Holmes?
This is some accident. This is like the whole area got bombed.
Let me go. You're talking nonsense.
Insulting a police constable, eh? That's quite enough.
What's happening here, Constable?
Mr. Holmes, this gentleman here is the fellow who built the scaffolding which collapsed and caused this accident.
That ain't true.
Even if
Oh,
it
you
was,
what?
that's just an accident
This hammer
then.
hit me on the leg. How? It flew out from the scaffolding I put up. When the damn thing collapsed, the hammer flew out and cost me leg.
You were standing over there at the time.
Oh, aye. Yeah, that's right. So it would not have been possible for him to bring the scaffolding down, Constable?
Perhaps it was poorly constructed.
Oh, right. Yes, of course. And what made it fall? Perhaps it was you, waving around that rotten stick of yours.
You'll wind up getting a taste of it if you carry on like this.
One moment, Constable. The scaffolding here has been entirely dislodged. It is unlikely that this disaster could have been the fault of this gentleman. Allow me to inspect the area, and if you could possibly be of use, close off the surrounding section. Do not grant anyone access, nor allow them to leave. Is that quite clear?
Absolutely, Mr. Holmes.
Well, scaffolding falls, guy gets hit with a hammer.
This accident is a little unusual. I need to concentrate on the details. I must include all the participants in the accident sequence.
Elements found of 13. So what am I doing? Where am I? Just clicking around? Am I just clicking around? F1 does nothing. Okay, you gotta leave. Then find stuff. Normally when they have the escape, there's like, are you sure you want to? Do you really want to quit this important thing? So, there was flags.
The rope holding the bunting was torn apart. A large section of it is now missing.
Watson, where were you at the time?
I've not seen a traffic accident like this before.
More than your fair share? Well, Wither, it's kind of a blessing. It's a lot for one person, but all the help you have given.
My poor leg.
There was a horse.
This carriage was struck by the scaffold when it fell.
And the scaffold is here. Around the statue of Queen Victoria, who was going to lose her fingers during the Blitz.
This mechanism played a part in the accident, I'm sure of it.
Lifting mechanism and a counterweight. As so? Then that falls. Oh. Okay, okay, hold on, hold on. This is all out of order. So first you fall, making that fly. Counterweight falls, and you fly up. The pumpkin. The pumpkin hits the ball. That flattens that out. Then you fall, and you fly. And then goes the hatchet. Is all this gonna be one severely tragic accident? For want of a pumpkin, the entirety of London blew up. Then who hit Pumpkin?
The pumpkins fell here after the sprung cart collided. Good day to you, sir. Would you mind answering some questions? I'm investigating this accident. Are you the driver of this cart?
Yeah. I was transporting vegetables from my farm to the London market.
Tell us about the accident.
What can you tell me about the accident?
Tell us more.
I don't know. There was a collision, I felt the ground, I come over all dizzy.
Is he concussed?
What did you collide with?
That contraption up in front of me. He stopped all of a sudden and I tried to avoid him, but I wasn't quick enough.
So, sudden stop. Cabbages go flying, Pumpkin hits the mechanism, out goes a hatchet.
Do you have any idea what might have caused this cab to stop so
Premeditated
sharp?
Pumpkin murder.
No idea.
Insurance is gonna love this. Oh, that is shocking. I thought that was just a weird water effect.
An old sprung cart, which has seen better days.
What a bloody carnage.
Walk into it. No, don't.
The old gas lamps in this square have been upgraded to electricity.
Ah! They tried to warn us! Electricity would murder us all!
A puddle of water and electricity. A deadly combination.
Was that a knife? That's not important, is it? Has this been sabotaged? Deactivate the electricity. That's easy enough, just take out the energizers.
That's it.
Sounds about like gaslighting with her. And here we have, oh, even more complexities. A row of schiffer robes fell down,
Those wardrobes fell like dominoes.
which then sparked the electric light post. Which zapped your horse and you to death. Are you alive? You okay in here?
This technical cab was involved in this tragic accident.
And you're our cab, right? We came in last.
This is an absolute disaster.
Everyone's premiums is gonna go up. And the property values are gonna go way down. You suddenly stopped, yeah?
This jaunting car would be capable of traveling at great speed.
You there, boy, what did you see?
Might I ask you some questions regarding the accident?
No, you can't. Go away.
Jerk.
Might I ask you some questions regarding the accident?
It all happened so quickly. There was an explosion and
Okay,
my
so that
horse
blew
startled
up.
and threw
Then
me
your
back against
horse.
those wardrobes.
Wait, no. So, threw you back against the wardrobes. Then they fell down, causing this to topple over and electrify you and your horse. Then what was explosion? Was the explosion this? Because you heard that. And then your horse got spooked, stopped, Pumpkin goes flying, hits all this, and that flies out. So what's the initial explosion? Everyone here did get worse. They have to put up with Holmes coming in, acting as a know-it-all. Where'd the hatchet go? Because the bunting fell down to this.
Celebratory bunting.
That is it an element?
This cab hit the scaffold and caused it to fall.
Two things found. Okay, so you hit the scaffold. The scaffold collapsed. What was the explosion? Or was the sound of the cab hitting the scaffolding, the explosion, that startles your horse, which startles your horse, and as you fly, and this topples over and hits that, your pumpkin goes flying, hits this, launches a tomahawk to some bunting across over there.
Might I ask you some questions regarding the accident?
Please. Not now. I'm in shock.
Where's the burnt building?
A common phaeton. An uncommon location.
It hit what, a lantern, and the lantern blew up? Well, this dude was hit by a hammer, the guy being interviewed by the police. But there was a hatchet that flew out and hit what the bunting was hanging off of, which caused it to fall down. We got to see the arc for that one. Bunting that fell down hit the horse in the face, and the horse crashed into the building? Knocking over a lantern, maybe?
This horse was blinded by the flag, causing it to bolt into the window. The overturned lamps may well have caused the fire and explosion. Celebratory bunting.
Celebratory?
A dead driver. Another victim of the explosion.
Found. 12. Blow lamps. Kerosene blow lamps. Here we go in. Oh, we can't. What's left then? You?
The driver is dead. He was killed by the explosion.
And these boxes are just scorched.
This cab was set on fire by the explosion at the lamp shop.
That's all that then. Or was he? Using the cover of the explosion, the chaos of the Rube Goldberg disaster, somebody very carefully snuck a cyanide pill into his mouth. In a salacious kiss, it was this horse, whose lips are at the perfect level of the driver's. Alright, so what we got?
Information about this accident.
Oh, this is all a mess.
The sequence of events.
Recreate the sequence of events? Okay, past time. What is past time? So. Okay. Oh, I put them in order of who did what? Because the first thing I think is that this cart dried onto bunting? I don't know. And both of these, the bunting is already down. But you crashed into here, with bunting apparently. The X is on this, which makes this fall. And that's what gets bunting on you, and you, which knocks into here, which blows up that. Explosion, which topples that over. Setting pumpkins to there. And then your crash into this sends this collapsing, which knocks you over. And you die when that gets hit. So who was first? You're thinking with her. Wardrobe, lights, dead horse, hammer, bunting, crash. This horse, bumping into the wardrobe, was spooked by the explosion though. That's what sent him off. It's possible. Oh, you know what? My confusion is actually the solution. You know why? Because this horse charges through, with bunting on his face, into there, which I was led to believe caused the explosion, but no. No, 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 no. The explosion was first. Blasting that, and setting you flying here. And this guy stopped for that. And as that is toppling over, this goes flying. And by that point, this knocks over, this falls down, everything is happening all at once. You've crashed into here. You've gone here. No, 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 no. Everything's happening all at once, right? So this goes flying, and that comes down. As you've come over, and you hit this, setting that falling to there, and this goes. So this was a catalyst. This part is a bit confusing from the middle to the end because so many things are happening at once. Like this could happen at the same time as all this. What knocked the wardrobe over was the blast spooked the horse, which knocked the guy into the wardrobes.
I don't think so. I should pay more attention to details.
That contraption up in front of me, he stopped all of a sudden, and I tried to avoid him, but I wasn't quick enough. You see, there is so much happening at once, which makes the exact order of operations confusing. I want to say everything happened at once. Yeah, pumpkin cart is early. Because this blows up. And then you move to avoid it. And you've come in. Which knocks this, which falls there, right? And as you fly out, and you crash in, the other guy has fallen onto here, which hits that, and shocks them. Yeah? Yeah? Good? He appears to have accepted it. Watch sequence? Or no? You don't think so?
I should pay more attention to details.
This could be like the translating mind thing where there's no feedback because you're translating Mayan. And if you get really, really close, there's no way of saying where you're really, really close. The answer is more this direction. Let me see. Whether we're saying tech cart, pumpkin cart, then hammer mechanism. Tech cart is which one? Pumpkin cart is this one. Swerved because the cart next to him stopped suddenly. Oh, this tech cart. I see what you're saying. What I have is 13 right now. Okay, so it's less that he stopped because of him then. I misremembered next to me as in front of me, because this would have been like right in front of him. So if this occurs, this gets blasted, you get spooked, and then he goes flying. which shocks you, but somehow it doesn't shock you. I guess because you swerved, maybe just like missed it entirely, somehow? Or your horse jumped apart, or this is a metal cart, with metal wheels maybe, so up it went, whereas you got wood. And with that of the case, that went flying, which knocked this down, and you crashed there, you crashed here, this collapsed, and then you went, Yeah? Something like that?
I don't think so. I should pay more attention to details.
Okay, maybe it's... you two then? That falls down, then this, and then you? I do think it's pretty close, but there's like a specific order that it wants when like I be satisfied with, and then this all happened at once. No, you're right, it could be about the event initiation.
I should pay more attention to details.
It could be an explosion in this cart that set off this. Whether something else is the initiating event. At first I thought it was what's now 13 that crashed into here. At first. What if it's this? This blows up, which blows up this, and spooks you, tosses you on over. This electrifies that. What if all this happening up ahead is what caused them to suddenly stop? Let's just keep it going. Then you go over, hit this, that goes flying. Or wait, hold on. It could be a loop. Yeah, exactly, it could be circular. Then you go in, this collapses, and then this.
I don't think so. I should pay more attention to details.
This isn't exactly logic on Sherlock's part, though. This is more like... he's telling himself it's wrong with no real reason, until he magically comes across the correct answer. Maybe something happened here, and that's enough to spook the horse. Knocking you over, knocking this down. Oh no, tech cart dies. Ah, swerve out of the way. Pumpkins, hammer, and while this crashes forward, knocking this down, and you down, this guy goes over, and that does cause big bada boom. You looked at thingy, oh no. Solution makes nil sense. Oh, fantastic. That is a Frogware's charm.
I don't think so.
You don't think so?
I should pay more attention to details.
See, this does suggest the explosion happened first, so the explosion has to be first. An explosion, horse startled. Maybe it's this I keep getting wrong, because I keep implying that this explosion hits this. But then again, this guy can't exactly talk because he's dead. Makes nil sense, based on what we've been told. Oh, so it is gonna be like the Mayan thing all over again, but with less hints. You know what? I'm gonna keep on trying. For now. If we take this guy's proposal, or his testimony, then this blows up, and then you go here. Boom. Bam. Bleepy T. Bam. This guy just knocks over, huh? Just dead. Then this falls down. You hit. This collapses. You go, while that happens. And then bam.
I don't think so. I should pay more attention to details.
It does claim there are several possible sequences you can claim. Really? There are several possible sequences, and we're missing every single one. I could try asking for a hint if you have the solution. I could. Okay, Wither. Alright, I'm gonna be very, very cautious. Is this first? I suppose is this first is kind of a weird question to ask. The suggested one has the first thing they happen is something that I don't think it really could be. Huh. So it's not this. Okay, let me reverse. This guy hits this, which knocks this over, which sparks that. And this guy dodges, which launches this. Bunting gets on these two. You crash here, that stuff falls. So it seems like everything is set up as a chain of dominoes based on this guy getting spooked. So everything feels like it could go off of that. There are several firsts, but the one it suggests as first is bullshit. In comes today's John Ingold tweet and subsequent article about deduction games and how it doesn't really make you feel clever. Well, that's oversimplifying it. The butterfly that flapped its wing is that this cart suddenly fell over. What if it is that this horse fell into this first, and that collapsed that, and that is what made you splash this on over, which blew up, bam, 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 which toppled this, broke that. Now it's Shocky after he's across. And then he's dead. You don't see how it could be, but it makes as much sense as the exploding shop. You see, the exploding shop has like kerosene lamps and lots of things in there. That could explode by who knows how many other means.
I should pay more attention to detail.
That contraption up in front of me. The contraption up in front of me. He stopped all of a sudden, and I tried to avoid him, but I wasn't quick enough. It's giving me hints. Now, see, he dies right afterwards, so I don't think I could put that afterwards. I think that has to be before this one. And then I just repeat the same thing over and over again. I just want to see what changes in the hints given for right now.
No, it wasn't like that.
No hint given, so it feels like it's close otherwise. We're also to take the suggestion at face value. The tech cab was one. I mean, the horse could be killed by electricity. It's entirely possible that the horse just randomly stopped here. And because of that, you flew out this direction, then out flew this, which went down there, and you went whoop, 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 with no sick. Meanwhile, boom, boom. But the bunting wouldn't have fallen in this way, because the bunting falls. There goes the horse, now dead. Wait, no, that's nothing to do with the bunting. That's just the electricity. What about this then? First I stopped, then I swerved, then stuff happened. But it would make it possible for this horse wagon to crash into there, thus triggering the explosion.
That's it.
That's it, Holmes?
The technical cab's sudden halt caused this disaster, but the lamppost fell down afterwards. So why did the cab stop?
So this does feel like there are many multiple solutions. Or, well, let's just say let's simplify the statement. There are very obvious solutions that Holmes could have gone for, but he has arbitrarily excluded all of them. I kind of feel like if there is some hint, right? Like if there's some hint to it. Like maybe all the testimonies could be equally true, but then something's out of place, like he comes to examine the crime scene, and he sees, wait a minute, what is this strange marking on this guy's hand? Or, what is this? Sticking out of the horse? You know? Something to cause doubt? Because it does kind of feel like arbitrarily having to sacrifice the clues given as presented. Like this wheel here, right? This wheel here is out of place now. It's a metal wheel. He could have analyzed this before, but like, this is worth keeping in mind. Let's say, right, he wouldn't need to examine the horse to see what killed it because he's fresh on the scene, there's lots of dead people and horses, it's a dead horse. But maybe something catches his eye.
There's a metal strapping.
Like this. He could have noticed a metal strapping on the wheel as he looked around.
This crank has been turned.
That could have caught his attention as he's analyzing the crime scene in the first initial go. Like, this has been turned on purpose. Maybe the horse slipped. I haven't checked him yet, but I do recall that I did like a 360 around this, and there wasn't really anything else that popped up as interactable at the time. A bottle. Easy paint remover.
Some kind of solvent. A piece of fabric drenched in solvent.
He's got a tattoo. A dog tattoo.
Tattoo. I suspect it's from a gang.
A belt? Oh. Roscoe.
Yes, I know him. He's a small-time local criminal.
Oh no, you've lost a friend, Holmes. Palm
This man was
electrical
killed by
burns.
electricity, as shown by the distinct mark on his hand.
So I guess that's to imply that he was alive at the time when the cart was stopped, but before the electrical stuff happened? Solvent zonked and caused crash. Yeah, and the cloth is all folded up, so he probably didn't, like, try to chloroform the guy in front with solvent. Licorice! Sticky licorice! Well, then he deserved it. Dirt on boots, pungent mud. There's a thing missing for this. Is it this?
Pneumatic hammer.
And the front, we have nothing. So yeah, we had a good idea of what happened. Smolder's still smoldering. And check the boxes. Maybe something up front then. Solvent for this.
This cab was painted recently.
Railways? Ella Jerry Railways?
There is some text underneath the paint here. Could be important. I'll need to find a way to remove this fresh paint.
And now Holmes gets the idea to use a solvent. Case solved. Also tattoo. More electrical burns. So they were likely both alive after the horse had fallen? Okay, Wither. I'll concede that when I was in England, there was some good licorice. Even good black licorice. But you gotta realize, I've been America bound. The licorice we have here, you got the sugary okay red ones, and the black ones that taste like medicine. We don't have good licorice on this side of the world.
This man was armed with a revolver. Webley, I suspect.
He shot his own horse with an invisible bullet that leaves no entry or exit wound to make of himself a sacrifice that destroys an intersection in London. And pungent mud again. Okay, so give me the solvent and the cloth. Thank you. And then we'll play a minigame where we move the mouse up and down to remove the paint. Called it. Underground electric railways. It'll never catch on. So maybe they did steal this, and then hastily paint over it, that the solvent removes it so easily. Company of London.
Underground Electric Railways Company of London.
Was a horse killed by guilt of having realized that no, these are criminals that I'm following along. Maybe somebody held them up? Because they stopped for something, right? Suddenly. And this being turned is deliberate. So you guys are neutral on purpose. Maybe somebody did hold them up here. As somebody else twisted the knob open. Metal wheels on wet with electricity. But also metal on metal here. Wet with electricity. What caused the accident? What could have caused a cab to stop suddenly? Technical cab stopped suddenly for no known reason. Cause of accident. Cause of this disaster was a sudden halt of the technical cab, and the lamppost fell after the cab had ceased moving. Why stop? You know, I do think that the solution might not be too arbitrary, because I was considering what if the cab stopped first and then the lamp fell? But the animation for cab stop is cab stop then horse die, right? Which makes it kind of feel like, okay, so clearly the death was after the thing fell. Driver and passenger in the cab were electrocuted, but not by the electricity from the lamppost. From where did the electricity originate? Oh, not for the lamppost? I was completely willing to believe that it was a lamppost. And that somebody had created a puddle for that purpose. Two dead men found inside the technical cab. They were both marked with a dog tattoo, possible gang symbol. One of the men was armed with a Webley revolver, and the other is Roscoe.
There's a metal strapping.
Metal strapping, so it's metal wheels. They stopped on a big old puddle. Is there like anything electrical on this end? There's a wire here, going to the manhole. I'm not just seeing that, am I? Well, it is a cable, isn't it? A cable that appears to run along this direction and then disappears inside this house.
This carriage was struck by the scaffold when it fell.
Rip the horse.
My poor leg.
So somebody clearly had this prepped. Perhaps they did not beat electricity when they wagoned over this here. And the lamppost falling after is just coincidental. So what else do we have? What on here appears to be electrical? There's nothing else to interact with. The horse has nothing to tell me. This lamppost does not appear to be tampered. Anything more back here that I might have missed? They do have a pneumatic hammer. So they were digging in the streets themselves. There's nothing else in the box. This man is all sorted out. Can I take the hammer? No. That's just him. So I guess this car itself. That's everything, isn't it? Maybe somebody moved. Somebody else was a participant in this.
This is an absolute disaster.
Perhaps they held up this guy here and then moved to a different position where something else happened to them.
Please.
He's in shock. There's no evidence in the watering can. A person hole cover and check the sewers. That's right, there hasn't been a sewer level yet this game. Unless you count the entire... Oh, what? Wait, we got a Watson. Could Watson examine the bodies?
What do you make of this accident, Holmes?
No, Watson doesn't want to examine the bodies. What do we have here? Ralcroft's bookshop. No evidence hidden in the shadows. Doesn't appear to be much of anything else anywhere else. This guy's still dead. Glow lamps. Everything in here has been analyzed. Talk to you some
Might
more?
I ask you some questions regarding the accident?
It all happened so quickly. There was an explosion, and my horse startled and threw me back against those wardrobes.
No clues at the moment. No deductions yet. Show the wire again. Alright. Almost done with this loop around. This guy says nothing.
Might I ask you some questions regarding the accident?
No, you can't. Go away.
And that is all that.
What a bloody carnage.
Okay. I have found no new interactable anythings going around. The wire is here. You see, there's a little hole where the pry bar would go, I think. And you see a cable there. And the cable does appear to go up the curb. But it doesn't appear to be an object of interest for Holmes.
There's a metal
The metal strapping is cool. And here
crank
we just see the
has been
crank's been turned. And that seems to be the only thing to note. We can't examine the wire here. Ah, what about this? That looks like... That also looks like a cable, doesn't it? Maybe the wheel ran over a cable? A cable that ran the length of the house or something? Imagination mode? Have to use our imagination on that? Oh, just brakes? Oh, I can see that then. A mechanical brake. Ah, I see. That pushes in, holds onto the wheel. That's fair. But that is definitely a wire that goes here, to here, under this cart. Fake door. Fake door. Fake door. Actually, this looks like it might be a real door, eventually. Fake. Fake. Fake.
Might I ask you some questions regarding the accident?
Please. Not now. I'm in shock.
More fake doors. It's also entirely possible that the cable is nothing, and I'm simply so desperate for some clue or progress that I'm willing to stare at the ground. Are there other manholes that I might compare to? There's no other manholes around here, so that kind of stands out. It could be a clue for later that I'm not meant to notice yet.
This mechanism played a part of the accident, I'm sure of it.
All this in front of the Queen. This intersection is an embarrassment. Okay, refreshing. What's objective? Discover what caused the accident. Find out what could have caused a technical cap to suddenly stop. Sadly, the wire is not selectable or interactable at all. This kind of why I've been shoving my nose into this corner for so long. Because there isn't anything here. What about the horseshoes?
There's a metal
The horseshoes also aren't of note. Well, those are the horse stop, because half his hoof is missing. And this guy has everything in green. His profile's all finished. Just more electrical burns, revolver, pungent mud on feet. Is a pungent mud supposed to be important? Because clearly they've been digging. And this wagon is all metal. The horse appears to have metal hooves. And here's this thing that's been obviously tampered with.
This crank has been turned.
Could be Holmes, that's why. You know what if I just wander around in detective vision? No? Imagination? Maybe it's gloves off. I put imagination for the front? No. Neither imagination nor Batman vision. Somebody would have to know about the wagon being metal, but this is very clearly a hit.
This is an absolute disaster.
What if? What if Sherlock has tools inside the cab, and I have to come back to the cab? There's more metal wheels, but this got rubber around it.
There's a metal strapping.
A metal strapping.
There's a metal strapping.
Okay, what if I do some rounds in both alternate forms of vision? Maybe he'll pick something up. Probably won't. Possibly around the fire. There's the axe. We never properly looked at the axe.
The axe was catapulted by the scaffold and it landed here.
Please don't tell me that looking at the axe is the only thing I was missing to trigger the next step.
My...
What if it's first person mode? What if I'm only able to get a good angle in FPS? Nothing here, this thing is nothing. Two games in to the Frogwares library, and honestly, I would not put them past it if looking at the axe was the only thing missing. That I hadn't satisfied the find all clues properly part yet. Well, a loop around in detective mode did nothing. As far as I can see. Imagination? No imagination for the front. Okay. He's still in green. So, the hatchet did nothing for here then?
There's a metal strapping.
There's a metal strapping. You're also in green. This observation is totally complete. Metal strapping, metal strapping. Still can't look at the manhole. Or the wire. But I guess a hatchet opens the possibility that the interaction spot might be higher up. I doubt it is, though. I'm not sure what I'm missing, but I doubt it's look into the sky.
What do you make of the...
Mr.
Oh no. Wandering around first person is giving motion sickness. Back to over the shoulder, please. You're still in shock.
This is an absolute disaster.
There's no other mechanic I'm missing, right? We can't go anywhere else. We have all the evidence I think we have. All that is that. Documents. Character portraits. Is it always the same angle when I examine the hydrant? Yes. It is always at this angle. And because examine the hydrant gives a green marker, that means that everything there is to examine has been examined. Which is interesting, because if I go back here, that is not in green. So I don't know if that's because it opens up another area to examine, but I don't see anything else in here. You would think it would be, but the only things appear to be this big old body area. Oh, found it. Found the missing piece. Call the search. It's over. It's a pant leg. Even though we already examined the pant leg going over the body. Okay, what's this?
Mud. Oof.
Oh, it's the mud! The solution was the mud! The mud that is all over the floor. Oh, now it's interactable everywhere. Don't even. Don't even. You know, the third. And now we get to use. Now he notices the water, and the manhole, and the wire, and the wire. The wire that goes to the house. And now we get to use the door. The mud is kind of because we already got pungent mud off both boots. And I wasn't getting interaction across the floor. You all saw it. It was only showing interaction on his pad leg. So, I mean, guess the good news is, we had the right solution, we were being good detectives, and knew exactly what to look for. Wire goes here, to this room. To the next room. A double lockpick may be used in the same way as two single ones. Alright. Okay. So a 4, a 1, a 2, a 3. Giving me a slightly more complex lock. I guess I do need one of those special ones, don't I? How about 2-4? Or 4-2? Nope. It does do both, but the wrong one. That was a 4-2, right? What about a 2-4? Hey. Then we'll give it... Do we have any even ones? No? How about a 2? A 2 and... Wait, what's this 2-4? Yeah, that could work. We just need like a 4 for the next one then. Perfect. It goes to this device. But what else do we have? Anything that IDs? Who was in this room?
An open bottle of cheap wine. A single glass containing traces of alcohol.
To analyze, right? And this gives a view over.
I can see the technical cab very well from here.
So they knew exactly where it would be. This was staged. And this is where it happened. Smoke on the water. Women are now allowed to smoke in public, the court declares. Today, Magistrate Adcox ruled that it is no longer a crime for a woman to smoke in a public area, in London at least. He then proceeded to discharge Mary Towson, Edna Custer, and Elsie Watkin, 3 ladies who had been smartly arrested for smoking in Trafalgar Square. First, women can't smoke in Trafalgar Square. Then they disallow pigeons. This does indeed to be a battery. Coils and everything. A switch to flip. So we possibly had, like, a lookout and a button pusher.
I've not seen such a device before.
Activate the device by finding the correct position for the switches. Well, it turns on, right? That's the important thing. This is padding. This is just trial and error.
The electrical charge which affected the technical cab came from here.
Well, at least I know my eyes work. I got the good deductions, even if the game doesn't. Share my conclusion with the constable. This was an assassination that pulled everybody else into it. Who did it? No clue. I can only assume women smokers.
I was looking for you. I have an idea about the accident.
Never mind. This one is murder.
What?
What?
You? You're the murderer,
You're
eh?
off your head.
He wasn't
Are you
there.
sure, Holmes?
Oh yes. A murder and an accident, because the killer, by electrocuting the cab, created this chaos. And so this multiple crash is now our great chance.
Great
Our
chance
great
for some fun
chance?
game.
Of what, Holmes?
The culprit could not have planned for this to happen, don't you see? And it is possible that he is still here due to the prompt arrival of the police. Now I see 5 men who could be our murderer. Let us take a look at the map.
Suspects found. Okay, map of accident. I mean, it can't be this guy. He's a suspect, sure, but he can't be the one who did it.
My poor leg.
Very close to the apartment, ideal position to watch the square, daily worker, injured during the accident. Nah, I'd have to be inside. Very close to the apartment, not wounded during the accident, could be around a pedestrian. But he's right here by the door. Can't be you. Close to apartment. Could it deliberately disturb lifting mechanism? Sprung car driver was injured. You know, until this, I had no reason to believe that the person who pushed the button was here in this area. Not wounded, distant from the apartment, could deliberately smash into the wardrobes. But deliberately smashing into the wardrobes is pointless. 1, how's he gonna push a button up there from over here? And 2, this is a red herring, there's no point in electrifying this if they were electrified by what I had spotted earlier. The cab driver. And one more suspect to find. It kind of hides the electrocution, but he's all the way down here. How's he gonna get all the way up there and then all the way back down? And this guy keeping mum. Angry and nervous, not wounded, distant from the apartment. He's near the end of the square, attempted to leave, perhaps because he did not wish to see the police. He had time to activate the electrical device and run away. Or he's near the end of the square. He has just arrived. Perhaps he wanted to help the wounded. He is some distance from the flat, where the electrical device is situated. Because he doesn't want to be right next to it, that'd be too obvious. The driver, part of the accident, but not wounded by the explosion. He knew what was about to take place? That's the fruit cart guy, right? If he knew what was about to take place, why would he lose control in such a way that his pumpkins cause all this mess? It was obvious he was occupied during the accident. Would not have been possible to activate the electrical device. That's the crux of it. Who could have possibly activated the device? Although, all that had to happen was for the device to be turned on and the water to be set. Oh wait, I got this backwards, or down here. Ahead of time. So that's the guy who's too far away. It occurred over here. So, if this was set with the water flowing and the coils on, then he could have turned it on, then come outside, then position himself anywhere else. So maybe it was him. He's not exactly friendly. I don't think he was here to help anyone with how grumbly he is. You're the guy who got knocked into the wardrobes. Yeah, not possible to activate the device at the same time, and your horse was spooked. Your horse being spooked and throwing you off. I don't think that was planned. Because that required this blowing up, which means everything else had been planned for. Fruit guy. This is the fruit guy. In the area the accident took place, it was what if his pumpkins had activated the scaffold? No, that's what I mean then. If he knew this was going to go down, then he would have prepped for everything else to happen. He would have known this was going to stop, and so would have controlled his horse ahead of time. Beneath the window where the electrical device is, perhaps had the time to activate it before entering the street. Maybe a passerby in the middle of the square, trapped by the accident. Man found not far from the flats where the electrical device was situated. Perhaps he had chosen the role of a workman to watch the victims of the square without raising suspicion. Could be. A workman, right? Building scaffolding. So it's a reason to be here. He could have been in the area, right? To set this up. And then, as he notices the wagon coming down, run up, turn it on, come back down, continue to work. The two from top couldn't really be the suspect reasonably. So with this game's logic, he's the guy. If I get it wrong, I could always just reload. But honestly, I think it was... He seems pretty likely. I think what happened. But then again, there was no reason to check the apartments, right? Because if we didn't find the mud, you'd have no reason to be... We wouldn't be allowed to continue the game. Even though you've seen mud twice on the pat legs of the dead guys. But... otherwise, why not stay up there? I guess maybe because of the chance that somebody might find the apartment? He is the most compelling. Right? He's right outside the apartment where the device was. And he's being all, oh, I'm in shock. I'm gonna go for him. He was simply working. Though it's also possible that the culprit might be injured by accident, because all he meant to do is shock these guys, but instead all this happened too. And it's also entirely possible that they could have set up the device ahead of time, then left. Although... you could in fact choose multiple suspects. You'd say 2 from the bottom was a suspect, 2 from the bottom, the worker, and the top. Confirmed.
I don't think so. I should pay more attention to details.
Okay, so you gotta keep going to get the right answer. I don't think either driver did it. I think the other driver was caught up in this.
I don't think so.
So not the guy
I
in the
should pay
bottom.
more attention to details.
What's the wither solution? The wither solution. 2 from bottom is suspect. And bottom and top. Ooh. The worker, the guy outside the apartment, and the guy way up here. And just not the drivers. Maybe the button man. The lookout. The lookout?
That's it.
Oh, Wither, spot on! You got it right! At least if Holmes is correct.
Constable, I suspect 3 people here. Take them to Scotland Yard for questioning.
Oh, we're just suspect, not culprit.
It all's good and well. I know that look, Holmes. Have you found something new?
That's right. In order to trap the cab, the killer must have known the precise route it would take. Or even, that could suggest the cab must have set out not far from here, in this very street, perhaps.
Remarkable. Holmes, I'm terribly sorry, but I must go to the hospital now to help tend to the wounded.
I understand, Watson.
Right, right.
But don't
It's not
forget
finding who did
our
it, but who was
earlier discussion.
suspect.
About Kate.
Oh no, what's up, Watson? What's up with Kate? Are we done here though? Where'd everybody else go? What did Watson say? Examine belongings of victims and suspects. Interrogate the possible suspects. Am I allowed to move now? Resolve murder at the square. Interrogate possible suspects. Examine the belongings. Find out where the cab came from. Could we? Is there a way to?
There's a metal strap.
This is an absolute disaster.
Okay. Around here, it's giving me the press the T prompt. It's not punching mud, is this?
Mud. Oof. Smells bad.
It is.
There was a collision here.
So it crashed here first, and maybe that's why they knew it was coming? Kinda weird. Crash it into this door here where nobody mentions it.
Fresh paint, but from something else.
Fresh
The technical
paint?
cab collided.
Uh-huh.
And stopped here.
So what happened here then?
The lock was forced.
So they used the stolen cab to bust into here, kick down the door or force the door open, take what they want, try to flee but got zapped as soon as they left.
A trail of mud goes through the entire room.
The logic was forced. The door was forced. The Strand, Snake Nest, and Conspiracy. In the district of St. Victor, while in the act of demolishing an old house, Mason has uncovered a nest of snakes which has spawned upwards of 100 screaming reptiles. These reptiles did inhabit the bottom of the well, long since dried up. In the middle of this snake nest, there was the skeleton of a child who had likely plunged down the well to his or her death. Surprisingly, the skeleton in question was still holding a red Morocco portfolio, much disintegrated apart from one single legible strip of paper, which read, Do not reveal the plot. Nothing here. So it goes into the next room. Oh, another one of these. Okay, we got a somewhat simple one. Oh, it's a triple layer. Okay, just go with 4. No, I need multiple. 4 for you. And then do I have a 2-1? But a 2-1? Oh, almost. 3-2. Sweet. So not 3, but I could go all in with 4, right? Do we have a 4-3? 3-4? Well, that's video game lockpicks for
The
you.
workshop. Saleable items are produced here.
If they make it interesting, that's alright. As long as it's not the classic Bethesda thing where it's like stab, stab, twist around to get it right. It's different, it's interesting. It's a mini game, so I won't be too harsh on it for that. And this place is all full of mud. It's not just boots, is it?
It looks as though the carpet was placed here intentionally.
They did have a pneumatic drill. So, pungent mud, right? Pungent mud. So maybe they were in here, and they were digging to get to an adjacent building, and they probably hit some septic stuff now and again. And I don't know, at some point they fled rather quickly. Maybe the cart crashing was like the escape plan.
An old access point to the sewers.
Okay, go to sewers. Hey, Wither. You said that this game was missing a sewer level. Is this a safe? No, that's a device of some kind. Came from here. Here is dead end. Good, I like a good dead end. Good dead end tells me you don't have to go through a maze. Maya lurks and ghouls. Oh, nonsense. This is London. They live above ground. Not dead end. Man, if this ends up being an actual maze. There's a door. Fake door. A wheel? Does it work? Oh, okay. Oh. I gotta find, like, a lever and do a whole thing. This is gonna be a whole thing. Is this a pump? Could I just push the pump button? Oh man, what are the possible suspects in a previous case was a wannabe Tory? And surprisingly, he wasn't the killer. Time is at 4:39. I might have to leave this last case for tomorrow. This is? Oh, I can't tab here. But this is the last case. Oh, now I've got pungent mud all over my pant legs. It's the last case, but it feels like it might be a long one. Okay, where am I pushing this? There, maybe, is where I came from. Yeah. Keep it Roosevelt, maybe? I can only push it left or right. So... let me see, quick assessment. If I push it halfway up, could maybe jump to the pipes there, or across to here. So back where I got it. But of course, it's getting late there. It's like, gotta be what time? Like night there? Like night? Because if it's 4 here, 4:40, I know it's plus 8 hours for the UK, then what? Plus 1 more for Norway? Something like that? So yeah, 1:40 in the morning, pretty late. If you gotta sleep, you get your sleep. Think a few pushes further. Which means about where this started. Ah. Which is set to go where it already was. Hey, weirdo. I'm not sure what fires those off for Twitch. But each time it happens, it always has more like, oh no, did I accidentally somehow drop stream? But now it just does its own thing whenever Twitch does. I might actually draw it to the close. To a close, I mean. Given the time. And resume the rest of this tomorrow. Maybe I'll at least see what the rest of these sewers hold. That way, when starting back up tomorrow, we won't have to start someplace shitty. Holmes, really? Those aren't even ankle high, you could walk on those. It does float if I water. So, it probably is beneficial to bring it back at some point. Oh man, that means this is gonna be a way huge puzzle thing. You know, if this does end up being a long case, I bet that a good 3/4 of it is gonna end up being this. Wandering and doing puzzles in the sewers. Oh, what if it is? What if this is my life for the rest of the game? To juggle phantom control sticks. And do block pushing puzzles in the sewers. That goes down, so it makes it easy to go back and forth. Which means there's gotta be a reason for it. Your sister is finally out of inpatient care, Ed Weirdo. I'm happy to hear that. Congratulations to you both. Oh, there's a ladder going down. Didn't see that from that side. Are there more ladders? There's more boxes. Which means we could push that box to... Is that more ladders or is that broken? New prediction's gonna be, will the sewers last 1 hour or 2? Night-night Wither, thanks for hanging. Oh, this comes out eventually. Gotta find the lever for this, because if I find that... Where's your lever? It kind of almost feels like that's the lever, that you shoot the mechanism and it goes out on its own. Did I miss one? I don't see a lever here. Maybe down below? Discovering this TikTok of a Target employee telling a religious fanatic that she does in fact support the satanic pride propaganda. That is exactly something my boyfriend would do. Coming from a Jehovah's Witness upbringing, he is very low tolerant for evangelical conservative nonsense. Gay satanic agenda, he would happily agree, oh yes there is. Lever? What's this? Oh, gate? Ladder. To move ladder. But do I want to move ladder as a thing? I guess I had no choice, huh? Well, down we go. And let's see, while I'm here, which direction would I want this box to be? Middle, maybe? Because we see that other bridge I could drop down. Oh, we can't push left or right? We can't push this at all. Yeah, we can. Do I want to, though? I guess first things first, see what's up here. Oh, it's broken. Ah! Okay, I see then. So, this helps out with the ladder on either end if we push the water up, I guess. Well, Birdo. In that case, I'm glad you got two good things going for you today. Hey, Ghibli. Trying out the new emote Ghibli. It's a quick and sloppy one. I would much prefer to make one that's nicer, but I can't find my stylus or my tablet anywhere. But I was too itchy to actually make some art, right? And if I can't use my tablet, wherever that may be, then darn it, I'm gonna stay up to 2 AM and make something sloppy. And I'll be honest, that may have been inspired by yesterday's rage-filled introduction to this game. So it's a motive arc, if nothing else. But hopefully one I won't have to repeat. This opens. And how you been, Ghibli? How's your work and school going? Achievement unlocked, pumping it up. Does that mean this whole puzzle is done with?
A red powder. Given the circumstances, most probably iron oxide. Or just rust.
Or cinnabar. It could be cinnabar.
Magnesium strips. Metal powder. Looks like aluminium.
And here's what they've been digging. I guess that's it then. Is that really it? Are we done with the sewers? Do we not get to start with sewers tomorrow? They were working into a vault.
So, it was the goal of Rasco's gang to rob the bank.
just like was alluded in Great Ace Attorney.
The iron wall of the vault has been melted through. Still warm.
So what does that make this whole thing then? Vigilantes knew about what was going to happen?
The thieves have opened almost all of the deposit boxes. They must have taken a great many valuables.
There were no valuables found in the cart, were there? You just finished fundamentals of marketing in the middle of astronomy. Congrats, enjoy it. Astronomy made some fun classes. I'm thinking what happened was another gang knew that Roscoe's gang was going to hit this bank in this location, and we possibly had like lookouts who were communicating and knew what was going to happen, and then zapped the wagon as it tried to make its getaway and took the loot for themselves. We have a counter gang on the loose.
This vault belongs to the Bank of England.
Okay, so where were we? Is this where he came from? That looks like there's another exit. This is a bank. I can't remember where I came from. It was probably here. Which means there is something further on over there, which means I do gotta continue doing this. It's been your favorite course so far? I'm glad to hear that, Ghibli. When I first started with community college, astronomy was like the first class I took, just a little intro to fulfill some general ed and get me used to going back to school. And so it was fitting that in my final semester, to fill up credits, took a higher up cosmology course, so it's kind of like a poetic looping thing. Begin skittish with astronomy and with higher up later.
The sewers with a red cross.
Red Cross has to be where we end up, where we go next. Maybe the cross is where the loot is.
The thieves have opened almost all of the deposit boxes. They must have taken a great many valuables.
Okay. I guess let's at least clear out the sewers. The X can't be too far away, which is normally a scary thought. Oh, now these have come down automatically. Alright. And so, with this big intersection, and the bank up ahead, it's to the right and up. But there's nothing up. Don't tell me it's down. Is it secretly all the way down there? Because it's not behind here. This is here. Maybe the water has to be all the way up? Hit levers 1, 2, 3. Are there levers 1, 2, 3? I don't see any other levers. And I can't interact with the water level anymore. That's dead. Can't go down into the blue water. There's nothing. And all of these have grates on them. That's just bridge. Well, Ghibli, you keep it up and you'll get there. Because gotta finish off that degree eventually, yeah? What was that? Oh, the pneumatic hammers.
The same as the one that we found in the technical cab.
Maybe they stole the cab to get to some easy materials. To the hammers and everything. Oh, this door was fake before. This door was fake before, but now we can go into it. There was nothing stopping us before. Liquid confidence confectionery?
All of the licorice has been eaten.
They've eaten all the licorice. Roscoe! Roscoe had licorice on his hands. And there's the money.
A banknote. Dry, so it hasn't been here very long.
Oh, the money goes down in the barrels. They're doing this like an escape from Rivendell. Rivendell? No, not Rivendell. It's been so long since I read The Hobbit that I forget what the wood place is called.
These barrels are empty and unsealed.
Maltpals again? No. Murad.
Murad. That's a popular brand of cigarette. This cigarette stub is dry. It was discarded fairly recently. The tobacco's aroma is still strong. It's sweet and nutty.
So follow the scent? Or see who smells like sweet nuts?
Metal rings. They're used to hold the barrel in one piece. The thieves used these barrels for the loot, which they then threw into the water. I need to warn Lestrade.
So... well, this must have been an ongoing operation, maybe. Because these barrels are mostly empty. They're all empty, except for these few banknotes. So maybe over weeks or months, they dug through, so they've been at this for a while. Tossed everything out to be collected at a later point. And then it goes. Beyond where we can reach. To be discovered by a bard of Lake Town, brought into their homes, and all that money will be used to defeat the dragon Smaug. Okay, how to get out of here. Where did this end go? Just a dead end then? Same place, opposite side, but dead end. Alright. At least that's good, where if it has to maze, it's not a very big maze. Just obvious progress or obvious dead end. And out we go. Back to the accident area. Because that, I think, is where I am going to end the night. Decent progress, but this is the last case, which means that tomorrow is going to be the end of the Devil's Daughter. I suppose it shouldn't be too surprising that it's a shorter game, given its linearity and stricter focus on a case-by-case thing, but it's fun. So we can finish this tomorrow and then start, what was the other one? Crime and Punishment? If this case doesn't take too much longer. Though I don't know, this might be a short case. Or maybe it's not the last case. We simply get introduced to the last three characters here, and I suspect it's the last three suspects. Maybe after this case. Because this case is just about the crash, right? So maybe afterwards is a true final case with Miss Alice and Caitlin, and then putting everything Holmes has been through in this game together. But we'll find that out next week. For now, who's online? Opus is playing school tests, recycling in various games, one may suspect. Big John doing slots. Video game and music concerts of Zuntata for Macaw 45. Alright. I think you guys know then exactly where I'm going to toss you folks. Always a sucker for some macaw, especially if it's something weird. So, see you guys on over that side. Take care of yourselves, thanks for hanging. This game's a bumpy road, but it's been less bumpy today. Tomorrow should be fun, and if we start Crime and Punishment tomorrow, I know what I'm getting into now with the Frogwares Classics, so less friction from here on out, one should hope. See you guys then, take care of yourselves. Deuces.